Welcome to the Hemp Opportunities Speaker and Investor Pitch Competition, where our featured hemp industry leaders will educate and inform us about global medicine, agriculture, nutrition, technology, and investment opportunities. Then, the Investor Pitch Competition will have companies present their investment opportunity to our investor judges and the audience to be voted on. Be a part of the action, then stick around for a networking room after the webinar.
I'm so excited to MC the Hemp Opportunities Speaker and Investor Pitch Competition on this Zoom webinar. I want to welcome everyone that's joined us today to hear from this exceptional lineup of experienced hemp industry speakers, investors, judges, and companies represented during the Investor Pitch Competition. The opportunity for hemp is global, and we're joined today by an audience connected with us from around the world. We have participants from Africa, Australia, Canada, Colombia, Germany, Mexico, Panama, the US, and multitude other companies. So we truly are going around the clock here in our afternoon's activities. The schedule for today will be as follows. We will have speakers and panels from now 11:06 Pacific time to about 1:06, followed by the investor pitch competition, which will be moderated by Jim Fitzpatrick, Vice President of Oasis Capital. That'll take place from about 1:06 to 3:09 p.m. today. We're very specific on our time. And then after that, we'll have voting by the investor judges and you, the audience, who will also get to vote for the company that gave you the best impression of what they're doing in hemp today. We'll announce the audience winners, and the judges will each vote for one company and tell us why this is their winner. We'll add up the 7 judges' votes to come up with a total, and the company that has the most individual votes will be the overall winner of the investor pitch competition. Closing announcements will be from about 3:17 to 3:19. And then to close out the day, we'll be hosting a Zoom room networking portion so everyone can connect post-show. And that portion of the event will take place from about 3:21 to approximately 4:30 p.m. And those are all Pacific time zone. As a quick reminder, everyone will have access to all the speakers, judges, and presenting companies' bios, in addition to the investor pitch presentations from each company. And these can be found at the cannabisinvestingforum.com website. So please check the chat on your Zoom now for the URL. And I also invite you to revisit our Eventbrite link to view the awesome deals provided today by Mandy Lau, the founder of Potency Number 710, one of our sponsors. So we have a few event items to cover so we can provide you with an interactive webinar experience. First, if you want to submit a question, just use the chat button on the bottom of your screen, and please make sure you're chatting with all panelists and attendees. After the final presentation, you'll be presented with a pop-up window where you'll be able to vote on the presenting company that impressed you the most. We have a distinguished panel of judges that also will be voting. So right now, we're currently in what is referred to as a Zoom webinar. After this portion, we will switch over for the networking event, which will be in the Zoom meeting room. And that's where you'll have the opportunity to interact with the speakers and judges and companies. So any questions that don't get answered right now will absolutely be answered during the Zoom room networking session. And to our speakers, I will work to bring your questions from the audience towards you at the end of each of the talk. And if we don't end up with time for Q&A, we'll ask each speaker to jump into the Q&A section after to answer those questions. So topics for today's event include the industry leaders that will discuss opportunities in hemp for 2020 and beyond, the current investing opportunities. We'll also discuss the current political issues affecting the hemp industry, and then strategies to reduce investment risks. So with that, let's get started. So what is hemp? Hemp, or industrial hemp, is a variety of the cannabis sativa plant species that's grown specifically for the industrial use of its derived products. It's one of the fastest growing plants and was one of the first plants to be spun into usable fiber more than 50,000 years ago. It can be refined into a variety of commercial items, including paper, textiles, clothing, biodegradable plastics, paints, insulation, biofuel, food, and animal feed. And although cannabis as a drug and industrial hemp both derive from the species Cannabis sativa and contain the psychoactive component of THC, they are distinct strains with unique phytochemical compositions and uses. Hemp has a lower concentration of THC and higher concentrations of cannabidiol, the CBD, which decreases or eliminates the psychoactive effects of the THC. The legality of industrial hemp varies widely among countries. Some governments regulate the concentration of THC and permit only hemp that is bred with especially low THC content. Now, my first introduction to hemp came about from my interest in ESG investing. I'm a CFA charter holder, and for years I graded the CFA Institute's level 3 exams, and I advised on curriculum for that CFA program, which is a professional designation for finance professionals. And in the early days of socially responsible investing, CFA Institute was identifying where ESG fit along the risk-return spectrum, and if investors would accept this sector's differentiated return profile. So 15 years later from when I first started advising there, the answer is a resounding yes. And after learning the myriad ways that hemp and cannabis benefit society, I made a conscious decision to adjust and expand my career glide path, really, to help raise awareness and bring investment rigor to cannabis and hemp. An example of that includes right now my current board service for Truly Green Plastic, which is a company that's created groundbreaking clean tech born really at the intersection between biotechnology, chemical engineering, and cannabis agriculture. So Truly Green Plastics takes the leftover plant material from harvesting cannabis and converts it into a fully biodegradable plastic using a bacterial conversion process. It's really inspiring work, and now I can talk endlessly about the dangers of microplastics. I mean, really, the only thing missing is my dad. I wish he were here to see how this is all transformed, because he was a plastic engineer who ran his own extrusion company. And I just really wish he were alive to see how today we can take cannabis waste and make a biodegradable plastic polymer. It's really amazing. And so I'm so excited about it, and I'm really excited to share with you today's event and to introduce you to the fabulous lineup of speakers that we have. So I want to first introduce you to Dr. Sandra Carrillo, who's the co-founder of Medican IPS. Dr. Sandra Carrillo is a doctor of medicine, and she's a specialist in the cannabinoid-based medicine. She's a member of numerous prestigious medical societies. I mean, there are so many, and I'm sure I'm going to botch the names of some of them. But for starters, she is the president of the Colombian Medical Association of Cannabis Medicine, a non-for-profit association comprising leading doctors in Colombia. She's also professor in charge of the scientific program at the Medical Cannabis Faculty of Medicine of the University of Panama. She's created educational content. She's trained physicians and health professionals. She's developed research tools. I mean, her CV is endless. Sandra earned her medical doctor degree from the University in Medellin, Colombia, and she holds a master's degree in aesthetic medicine from Balearic Island University in Spain, and completed a master's program of anti-aging and aesthetic medicine in Argentina. She also holds a master's in health services management from the University Latina in Panama, and is certified by the Pharmacology University, a medical cannabis institute, as an expert doctor in cannabis medicine. She's completed the University of Toronto Faculty of Medicine training program for MDs, and she's a member of the International Association for Cannabinoid Medicines. And she's completed her certificate program in cannabis medicine from Amsterdam University in California. She is an advocate for the legalization of cannabinoids for medical purposes, and she is fluent in Spanish and English, and conversant in French. So, Sandra, take it away.
Thank you so much, Carrie, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you to Brad for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here in this amazing conference. Usually I lecture and I teach. Usually my audience is a lot of doctors and healthcare practitioners, but it's amazing for me also to do some lecturing for the industry, because I do think that we all are an ecosystem, not just doctors, not just patients. I mean, the industry has a paramount role in this, because without of the industry, we cannot have the proper products to give the patient access to safe medication. So this is actually a very good opportunity for me to speak in front of this incredible audience. I'm going to share right now my presentation. As Carrie mentioned, I am a professor of Faculty of Medicine and University of Panama. In Panama, we still don't have medical cannabis legalized, but I've been joining efforts to give all my feedback and do a lot of advocacy with the senators and with National Assembly. We are with the government. They are creating a good legislation, and we hopefully will be soon having Panama medical cannabis legalized. In the middle of the time, with the Faculty of Medicine of Panama, we've been doing big efforts in training doctors and healthcare practitioners. So this is an initiative that I really applaud from the University of Panama, because usually in all the countries, first is coming the industry, the permits for the growing and all the chain that they need to develop these medical cannabis facilities. But in here we started educating doctors and healthcare practitioners, which I think that by the time that we are have the legislation ready, we will have doctors ready to start prescribing. In Colombia, we legalized medical cannabis 4 years ago. And it's been a very interesting journey, because Colombia has a very privileged geographic position for the cultivation, and it has been attracting a lot of industries and companies. But this year, we've been having important breakthroughs in the matter that now we have finally product available for the patients. We have certain formulations that we can use, and it's actually something really good comparing with the rest of Latin America, that they're still struggling to get the proper products for the patient. So I think that's something very important. As Carrie mentioned, I am a co-founder of Medican IPS. We are cannabis clinics all over Colombia. So we have a network of different doctors from different specialties prescribing medical cannabis. So we are the first clinics dedicated exclusively to treating patients with medical cannabis. For starting my presentation, this is very fast presentation regarding to scientific evidence. Usually when I lecture for universities and for doctors, this presentation can take me 2 hours, even 3 hours, because we have a lot of scientific evidence right now, and that is really good. So I would like just to start seeing where we started with medical cannabis. We know that we are not really discovering anything. Medical cannabis is being used even a lot of years before, even 2,700 before Christ was used in Chinese medicine. Then we see also in 1,000 before Christ, it was used in Hindu medicine. Then it was used in Greek medicine. We even have in the year 207 after Christ, the main surgeon in the Chinese surgery, he was using medical cannabis combined with wine to do anesthesia to the patients before surgery. And we even have a very famous doctor. His name is Avicenna, was a Persian physician. He wrote a very important book that it was called Avicenna's Canon of Medicine. And he quote in his book how cannabis has so many application. He referred that it was used for gout, edema, infection wounds, and has severe headaches. And then we have in 1839, Dr. William O'Shaughnessy. He was an English doctor who brought cannabis to the Western hemisphere, and he started using all over this hemisphere, and they were using it for many, many other pathologies. And we could see how in that 1839, medical cannabis was sold over the counter. So it's very sad because then in 1937, we had Marijuana Tax Act and the prohibition came. So we are losing all the data and all the advances that all these doctors and physicians and scientists did before that because of the prohibition. And then we have Dr. Raphael Mechoulam in 1964, who discovered the molecular structure of the THC. And then we have in 1988, Alan Howlett and William Devane, that they discovered the receptors of CB1. And then we have in 2011, the Israeli government approved the use of medical cannabis for research purposes and for specific pathologies. And at the end in 2016, Canada approved the use of medical cannabis. So we see in here, I had the opportunity to share with Professor Mechoulam last year. I went to Israel, and I actually want to make a mention to him. He's turning 90 this year. It's going to be a big celebration, and very, very nice and humble and knowledgeable man. In here we have more of the history. We see here how in 1619 they were telling the Native Americans to start growing hemp, and then in between 1929 and 1936. Harry Ashlinger created all these story about how dangerous was cannabis, and then we had the prohibition. So it's very important to do like a very quick briefing. As I say, these conferences talking about endocannabinoid system, scientific evidence, there are conferences that can take hours and hours, but I'm going to do a very, very quick briefing. In here, we know that our body produces endocannabinoids. There are the anandamide and the 2-AG. All the mammals, we produce endocannabinoids. That's why it's so important, because we are born with that. It means our body is designed to use the cannabinoids. We have the phytocannabinoids. They are the ones derived from the plant. And we have the synthetic cannabinoids. All of them interact in different receptors in our body. We have receptors CB1, CB2, and we are discovering every day new receptors that interact with different molecules. So we see in here how complex is the molecule of cannabis, and we see in here how CBD and the different cannabinoids can interact in so many ways with the body, and in every single way interacts with enzymes, with ion channels, with receptors, produce a different situation. So we have a CBD as an anti-proliferative, antibacterial, antispasmodic. We have THCV, bone stimulant, anti-epileptic. We have all the cannabinoids. This is just a very little amount of them, and we have all the properties that they have. So we know that the plant is a complex plant. It has a lot of compounds right now. We know about already more than 150 cannabinoids. We have CBD, CBG, THC, and then we have the terpenes that they give the organoleptic properties to the plant. And we have all the linalool, pinene, limonene, And then we have the flavonoids and many other compounds that the plant has. And as we know, our body produces our own endocannabinoids, and we have the receptors CB1 and CB2. The receptor CB1 is concentrated mainly in the brain and central nervous system, and the CB2 are dispersed in the immune system. So in here we see how THC, CBD, and CBN interacts in the different receptors. We have also seen all the properties as an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-anxiety, anti-epileptic, anti-cancer, anti-nausea, many properties the cannabis has because the receptors are spread all over the body. So we find in different parts of the body receptors that interact with these. And that is why the endocannabinoid system is in charge of control pain, appetite, sensation, inflammation, thermoregulation, mood, energy, metabolism. So all these things are very important to consider at the moment that you are prescribing the medical cannabis, and it gives you also the idea how complex it is and how important it is that when the patients are going to use medical cannabis, they consult a physician because the patient should be followed up and monitored by a doctor. Because there is interactions. Cannabis is a very noble molecule, and as all you know, there's not until now any deaths reported by use of cannabis. So we see in here they have a role in the central nervous system, gastrointestinal system, immune system, metabolism, and we can go on and on because the endocannabinoid system is a fascinating world. And I feel bad because in faculties of medicine, they should be teaching this to students. When I studied medicine, I graduated like 25 years ago, and never anybody talked to me about this. And my dream is to change this and be able to include it in the curriculums of the universities for students of medicine. Now I'm gonna get into what is the core of the lecture that I'm giving, and it's about scientific evidence. As scientists and doctors, and when I am teaching doctors and healthcare practitioners, the skeptics ones, they said, you know something, there's not enough evidence to support the use of medical cannabis. And I love this type of debates because when you're able to prove doctors and even politicians, because remember, they are the regulators, they are the ones who are making possible that the medical cannabis come to the countries, because if we don't have a legalization of medical cannabis, the patients will never have access. So this is a very important subject that I consider everybody should know, and even the people who is in the industry. This is a very important tool to know for those that they still don't know if this is a real thing, and for those who think it works but they still don't understand very well. It's very important to know that we do have scientific evidence, but we have different levels. The highest level of evidence, we have systematic reviews, randomized controlled trials, cohort studies, and on and on. And depending on that, for a doctor, in order to be able to prescribe medical cannabis, and they taught us when we were in medical school that you prescribe medicines with scientific base. It means that you have to have enough studies to support that the treatment that you're going to do is safe for the patients and that it work for the patients. So in 2017, the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine did a very thoroughly review of all the studies that they were available until 2017. And they found around 20,000 articles talking about cannabis and cannabinoids. And from those 10,000 articles, 20,000, they chose the ones that they found they had strongest and better scientific evidence according to the gold standards. So talking about gold standards, we have randomized placebo-controlled trials, and those are the ones that in the scientific community are considered good quality of studies. So in this review that they did, they found these important subjects. I put it in these four quadrants in here, because this will even make the industry and the scientists look towards where is that we need to move to get more evidence, where is that we have a lot of evidence, so for doctors they can feel more comfortable about prescribing, and where we have no evidence, but it's not because it doesn't work, it's because I think that the industry and the governments need to invest more money into research, because this is what we need to make medical cannabis to move forward. So we in here see that they found on those 20,000 articles in very reputable journals of medicine, they found conclusive of substantial evidence that medical cannabis works in chronic pain in adults. Also as an antiemetic for the treatment of nausea and vomit in the patients that are going through chemotherapy. And also in patients they had refractory epilepsy and pediatric population. Specifically, the evidence is very strong with patients with Dravet syndrome and Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. Also, they found substantial evidence in patients with multiple sclerosis improving the spasticity symptoms. They actually found moderate evidence in improving short-term sleep outcomes, and also in patients that have sleep disturbances with chronic pain, fibromyalgia. And they found limited evidence in patients with anxiety, weight gain, PTSD, Tourette syndrome. And they say they found no evidence in the treatment of addiction, neurodegenerative disorders, irritable bowel sound disease, and cancer treatment. So this is very important because this was in 2017. So we already have 3 years after this, and a lot of good articles with good support is being released in the last 3 years. Of course, we still need more research. I'm not going to say that this is it, that we stop in here. It's different. I mean, we need to encourage more. And all of you as industry, this is something very important, because we all need to focus in the development of novel delivery systems, of different preparations, targeting different disease. So we can change the first part where it says conclusive, I do think is gonna be double or triple in the next 10 years with all the amount of research that is being done in all over the world. What I'm going to do in here is I'm going to go through very fast a little review of the main studies that we have in the main pathologies that I already showed you. They said they have a lot of evidence. So we have this study. This was done in Ljubljana, in a children's hospital. It was with 60 patients, and they proved the medical cannabis helped the patients. More than 50% of the patients who were using cannabidiol improved in the frequency of the seizures and also in the quality of life. We have this other patient that it was a study that it was done at the Sick Children's Hospital in Toronto. They were using a combination of CBD and THC, and they proved in this study that it was well tolerated and it was safe, and the side effects that the children presented were very little. So we have in here good evidence about epilepsy. This is a very famous study, New England Journal of Medicine. This is a study that they did a population of 120 patients. And in here, they were trying to prove how it works with patients with Dravet syndrome. And they found that more than 50% of the convulsive seizure frequency was improving in these patients compared with placebo. So in here, we have a study that has almost the gold standard of the research requirements. So when we talk about epilepsy, we see in here, I just showed you 3 studies, but we have already like 50 studies with different amount of patients and with different combinations, randomized, placebo control. So yes, when they ask, do we have evidence in epilepsy? We do. It doesn't mean that we need much more studies, but we do have evidence in epilepsy. Another one is multiple sclerosis. This is uh, um, 5 randomized controlled trials, again, good quality of evidence, that they show in 368 patients how THC and CBD combinations improve the quality of life of the patients. They improve the spasticity, the quality of sleeping. So this is very important because most of these patients, you see a very important improvement of quality of life. Here we have another study, again, randomized control with cannabis. This was like a placebo-controlled parallel group, 66 patients with multiple sclerosis, and they show how spasticity was reduced and how just the side effect these patients presented was dizziness and nausea, but you can reduce those side effects just lowering the doses. The titration is very easy with the patients, and you start a very little doses and you start increasing until the patient finds the sweet point. That is the point where the patient feels the optimum result. So in here we have more evidence about spasticity. And then I have this other study about nausea and vomiting related with chemotherapy, another good quality study, more studies, and cancer-related pain, another good study, multi-center, double-blind, randomized, 177 patients. They show that THC and CBD was better for the patients than placebo, and an improvement of 30% of the pain, which is a very important scale. In here we have more studies about cancer-related pain. That is something very important right now that we have. We have Canadian Pain Society guidelines. They move the cannabinoids from the 4th line to 3rd line. And we have chronic pain conditions, all these studies with Sativex, with even Nabilon. So we're seeing in here, this was the latest review. They released it last month, and they were proving how medical cannabis helped to the reduction of opioid dosage in the treatment of non-cancer chronic pain. So we have all these good studies where we see here the CDC in 2007 referred 47,000 deaths due to opioids. And the patients that have legal medical cannabis, 25% less opioid deaths. So we have a lot of studies proving how the opioid crisis can be reduced with the use of medical cannabis. So we have a lot of data in here proving that these studies showed us how medical cannabis can improve the quality of life of these patients and help to manage the symptoms. We have a lot of barriers now for finishing the presentation because we have the regulatory barriers, we have the lacking of sponsoring and support of cannabis research, and we need to improve and do more standardization in order to be able to give patients more safe access. Have an account that these populations are populations of risk. But it's very important if the doctor is seeing these patients, the doctor will know which patients are good candidates for the use of medical cannabis and which no, because there are some patients the medical cannabis is not for them and is not for treating all the pathologies. It's actually something that it has to be very well selected, and as a doctors, we have the responsibility to prescribe medical cannabis to the patients who really need it and assess all with clinical records, with lab tests, if the patient really needs it. And we will see in here how the life of a patient with chronic pain, with epilepsy can change so much. So this is a big impact. And I see the future of medical cannabis in development of new medicines, target new delivery systems. And the future, I think, ahead of us is incredible because more countries are legalizing medical cannabis. So this is like a global trend all over the world. And I encourage all doctors, healthcare practitioners to keep learning and to keep doing research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Curiel. That was amazing and so informative. And all of our speakers today, as a reminder, will be available in the networking hour at the end of our prepared program. Here's Sandra's email, as well as her Instagram and LinkedIn. So please connect and let's continue the conversation. Our next speaker is Michael Patterson. Michael is the CEO of U.S. Cannabis Pharmaceutical Research and Development, LLC. It's a privately held developmental consulting firm that was established in 2014 with the mission of moving society forward through legalized cannabis. U.S. Cannabis develops the legal cannabis, hemp, and CD markets globally across all platforms, meaning education, cultivation, production, dispensing, research and development, management, operations, compliance, and physician services. U.S. Cannabis currently works with national, state, and local governments, sovereign nations, and public and private companies in all aspects of the cannabis, hemp, and CBD industry throughout the U.S. as well as internationally. Mr. Patterson is a board member of MGMC Pharma Group, an international medical cannabis pharmaceutical corporation with EU GMP cannabis cultivation, production, and export distribution licenses in 6 African countries. Michael is an internationally recognized speaker, subject matter expert in global cannabis, hemp, and CBD industries, and a published author. Michael is a member of the Scientific Advisory Board for Acres Bioscience, a NASDAQ-listed biotech company. He's also involved with the International Cannabis, Hemp, and CBD Subject Matter Expert Mission at GLG Group, the Gerson Lehman Group, which is an international investment consulting firm. And he's an editorial board member for the AJEM, American Journal of Endocannabinoid Medicine. And this is the world's first peer-reviewed printed scientific journal dedicated to the study of the endocannabinoid science in medicine. Mr. Patterson is also a board member of the Medical Cannabis Society, the Tourette Syndrome Awareness Foundation, and he is a writer on cannabis, hemp, and CBD for Florida MD Magazine, Orlando Medical News, and he's a licensed occupational therapist and nursing home administrator in 4 states, New Jersey, North Carolina, Virginia, and Florida. So Michael, we look forward to your remarks.
Michael, you're currently not working right now, sound-wise.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that, technical difficulty. So thanks so much for being on. I've got 15 minutes, so I'm going to try to get to it as quickly as I can, what we're dealing with. And can everybody see my screen? Okay. So just a little bit about, first thing I want to talk about is trust. If you've been in this industry for a while, trust is the #1 thing that I see in this industry that everybody's looking for. This is a new industry, so you have to figure out who you're dealing with when it comes to business and how they operate. So that's one of the things that if you can figure out trust and you can in your products and you can sell trust and back that up, you're going to do very well. So a little bit about me, and Carrie introduced me. I've been in healthcare all my life, 26 years. I've run pharmacies, laboratories, nursing homes in excess of $230 million, and done a lot of education. Down there is me and Sanjay Gupta. Got to meet him at a conference a few years ago, which I love to do. A little bit about what I've done, a lot of writing, working for the American Journal of Endocannabinoid Medicine. I've worked with Dr. Sandra Carrillo on that, which I'm very excited to work with her and her knowledge, and do a lot of advising and consulting. A little bit about what U.S. Cannabis does. I like to tell people we're a general contractor for the industry. We deal with a lot of the choke points in the industry, and some of the stuff we've done is of course, advisement on for publicly traded deals, investment categories, corporate compliance through Restore Integrative Wellness, which is out of Philadelphia. It's 6 dispensaries in the Philadelphia region. We actually help with writing of rules and laws. We assisted the state of Oklahoma in their medical cannabis law. And one of the large projects we're working on right now is a new Silicon Valley for the world based out of Florida. Florida. It'd be 100 miles by 60 miles, where we really need to be able to bring this industry forward on a global scale. And so you'll start to hear more about that in the next couple months and into 2021. Some of the companies that we work with right now, UBS, United Bank of Switzerland, we've done some work with them, as well as in the middle there, Confederated Tribes of the Colville Nation, which is in Washington State. We consulted with them on a hemp and cannabis program for the state of Washington. Green Man Cannabis in the middle, we assisted in the sale. They're out of Colorado, working with them. And then over on the far right corner, we did some education for the FBI, Florida State Sheriffs, as well as the Florida State Police on medical cannabis, which was very odd, if I must say, because dealing with all these people with guns in the audience, over 200 people, and being a cannabis guy, it was interesting, to say the least. But as we move forward, we're going to have to educate law enforcement on this, as well as if you look in the middle, Acres Bio, that's a NASDAQ publicly traded company that I'm currently a scientific advisory board member with. Two of the companies I want to point out real quick, MGMC Pharma is based out of the Seychelles, and we currently operate, I'm on the executive board there, we currently operate out of Lesotho. We do have 5 licenses in Africa. We were able to pull over a distressed asset with Canopy Growth. When they pulled out of Africa in April of this year, we were able to come in and sign a long-term lease in their facility in Lesotho, and we are actually shipping EU GMP, THC, and CBD products today, actually. We actually have 15 kilos that are shipped today. They're going to be arriving in Sydney, Australia tomorrow morning. And then we have product going into the EU in October and just next month. And so also Paytrax, if you're a cryptocurrency investor, you really need to understand what Paytrax is. So Paytrax is in the final stages of getting their US SEC no action letter. If you're unfamiliar with a no action letter, it's the right to through the federal government to use cryptocurrency as a digital currency. So they should be getting this no action letter in October of this year. We've been working with them for 4 years. They've been working on this project for 10 years. So it'll be the third one in U.S. history. And so our role in this in U.S. cannabis is we're going to do the beta test, which is going to be in the state of Oklahoma, to be able to try to decrease the amount of cash that's in the system. If you're unfamiliar, Oklahoma has over 10,000 licensed cannabis businesses, and cash is a very big problem. So we want to try to fix that. And so Paytrax is going to be starting in the beginning of 2021. Some of the partnerships we have, these are some of the companies that you need to watch out for, because these companies are coming up strong. In the bottom left corner, Integrated Compliance Solutions, they're going public on the Canadian Securities Exchange any day. So if you find them, they currently service most of the banks in the United States. They write the software that banks use to take marijuana and cannabis and hemp money. So they own a company right above, Sterling Compliance, and then right in the middle, Greenlight Payments. ICS owns them as well. Greenlight Payments is the largest payment processor in the United States for hemp and cannabis businesses. Over in the far right, Parcel. They're out of Australia. For our Australia people on the phone, a Parcel is a blockchain seed to sale software that is set up for international trade. We're getting ready to start using them in Lesotho, and they're starting to be used in California. And then we also applied for medical cannabis license in the state of West Virginia. And so they will be coming into West Virginia with us as well. Simploy, if you need HR services for hemp and cannabis, they are functioning or servicing that market here in the United States. So definitely look them up and give them a call. And then Hemp Synergistics is a hemp provider process provider out of Pittsburgh. So just a little backstory on how we've gotten here in the hemp game. In 2018, we did 80,000 acres of hemp. In 2019, the United States manufactured or actually grew over about 500,000 acres. Only about 250,000 of that was actually processed for multiple reasons. But to me, the big reason was you had a lot of people doing what they weren't experienced farmers. And I think a lot of that did not do well when they were growing it, as well as we didn't have the capabilities and the infrastructure to handle all the processing needs. So a breakdown of how hemp and CBD is typically used in the retail side. If you notice, tinctures and topicals are very big. What we expect to happen in the futures is we think tinctures are going to go down just a little bit, and we're going to see topicals and capsules as well as gummies and edibles start coming up. CBD is going to be staying as an ingredient in multiple products, and so we're going to start to see it used in different ways. The frequency of use here in the United States, If you look at the top level, which says daily, about 20% of the United States uses CBD in some way, shape, or form on a daily basis, which is a huge number. And we see those numbers continuing to increase because, like I said before, CBD will be used more of an ingredient moving forward and not a standalone product. Some of the benefits of dealing with the U.S.-based market is it's rapidly expanding. There's a very low barrier to entry, and that's a good and bad thing. And a high quality of cost. Right now, what we're seeing globally is the United States makes very good hemp-based products because we've been doing it for a very long time. Europe is starting to catch up, but right now, the U.S. has a very good stable of very good CBD products and cannabinoids. And also, you can physically go and meet the manufacturers as well as go to the farms and actually see the product. Industrial uses of hemp, I think we all know this is going to be a growing field and growing area. Can be made in over 25,000 different products. Some of the challenges of the local markets here is it's expanding dramatically. There's a very low barrier to entry. Anytime you have a low barrier to entry, you have a ton of people getting into the industry. So that's one of the challenges because we start to see an oversupply. The market hadn't balanced out yet. So we're still seeing that shakeup in the industry. We're seeing profit margins dramatically decline. CBD isolate right now in the United States, we're seeing between $400 and $600, where 2 years ago it was over $3,000 a kilo. So you're seeing a lot of different things, and as well as evolving regulation. If you're looking at the countries across the world right now, the United States, in my opinion, is starting to lead. These numbers are based off of 2019. Europe is starting to come up in their production. A lot of things that we're, of course, in Latin America. One of the countries I want to put a spotlight on is Colombia. Colombia is going to come on very strong with their production of hemp and CBD. So it's something to look at if you're an American from a pricing aspect about imports coming in. Countries where CBD is legal. This is an evolving group. As you can see, all the green is legal and the red is illegal. Some of these European countries are now legal. Projecting forward, you're starting to see a lot of green come across. We expect that CBD and hemp to be used and become legal in most countries within the next 5 to 10 years. And the regulation will continue to increase, but being able to import and export hemp and CBD, we hope to make a little bit easier moving forward. Countries where hemp and CBD are legal, it's a long list, as you can see. For Americans, you need to understand when you're exporting to Europe, the standards is 0.2% THC in most countries. Switzerland, though, which is not part of the EU, is 1.0 THC, but some countries are down to 0.001 or some ungodly number of low THC. So the holy grail, in my opinion, of somebody who ships overseas is 0.0% THC, because that way you don't have to worry in that respect. So benefits of using the international markets. If you're a U.S. player right now, you have a better quality of product right now in the U.S. to ship over. The reputation is pretty good in the States. So a lot of people know the U.S. makes good product. You can build that brands. And right now that you can make money because there's higher margins over in Europe if you can get it shipped over there. Another thing we're starting to see, especially in Germany, is more of a socialized medicine. And that hasn't hit specifically for hemp and CBD. It has in some cases, but that's a positive for the market. Some of the challenges of international shipping in international markets is the regulations constantly change. If you guys are listening in Europe right now, you know that better than we do. And also the ability to import. We have to deal directly with the import groups and the customs people on our products when we ship them in. We've made the mistakes of not telling everybody what we're shipping, and then it gets stuck in customs for a month or two, or you could lose the product. So also, you got to find partners who are trustworthy. When they send you a purchase order, you got to be able to verify them because banking and merchant processing, we're going through that right now. When we start to do international business, the American banks get nervous. So that's another area you have to have a challenge with. Some of the regulation moving forward. Right now, the UK and Germany are sticking on novel food status, and you have to apply for that. So if you're a CBD company here in the States, you've got until March of next year to bring your products in. After that, you're going to have to partner with a UK or European novel food provider, unless you're going to go out and do novel food from the States. It just depends on how you're going to do that. Right now, globally, EU or European Union Good Manufacturing Practices is the standard. Right now, I do not know of any EU GMP providers in the United States. If you are a provider, please get with me. I need to talk to you because a lot of people want EU GMP product in Europe that comes from the States. We do have a lot lot of good manufacturing practices, certified people here in the States. But if for you Americans who don't understand the difference between EU GMP and GMP, basically Europe is special. So they have to have their own certification. And one of the things that I see is, since America is so late to the game, we have to abide by all the standards that have been already set. So that is one of the downfalls of us getting in late. And so Europe is driving this train, and we have to get on board. Also, the mandatory lab testing, one of the things you're going to notice is some of the lab testing is not consistent when it comes from the States to Europe or Africa or Australia. And so you're going to have to work through to deal with that to get third-party COAs. When you're getting to the business, choose your white label manufacturer. If you want to get over to the States, if you're going to supply a raw crude or CBD and ship it over, start working on those relationships. Right now, Maha Labs, which is based out of Colorado, they do have operations in Europe. So there's somebody who could potentially provide product to if they do need product here in the States, and they can ship that over. Also, how to get involved in the international hemp and CBD business. You really got to read. I would encourage everybody to attend as many virtual conferences like we're on now, and eventually in real life conferences. I've gotten, from our company, we've gotten a lot of business from me speaking overseas. And I'm definitely appreciative of that. I love to deal with people overseas because we're all dealing with this in different levels of stages of development. And then the number one thing I can tell you right now, LinkedIn. You really need to get on it. Dr. Sandra Carrillo and I compete because she's above me in the number of followers, and I always look at her to try to compete with her to go. But you're going to start to meet a lot of those people. I would say probably 70% of our business is started off of LinkedIn in that respect. So I'm available for questions if we have time.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michael. That was really informative. I appreciate it. Looking through the chat in Q&A, we don't have any questions specific right now, but to our audience, if you do have questions, please put them into the chat or the Q&A. And also remember, you can ask questions during the networking session. So our next speaker is Dee Russell, also known as Edible D. She's the happy chef. I am so excited for this segment. For all of those that are looking to learn about cooking with cannabis, here we go. So Dee has been making adult use and medicinal edibles since 2006. In 2014, she published her first cannabis cookbook, The Happy Chef, THC, in collaboration with the hip hop artist, patient, and cannabis activist Be Real of Cypress Hill, including in his album The Prescription, as well as an unreleased track that's available as a free download if you want. That was in 2015 when legalization for medical marijuana in the state of Nevada was occurring. Dee was the executive chef opening the first licensed MMJ production kitchen in the state of Nevada in Las Vegas at that time. In 2016, Dee partnered with the Medical Cannabis Research Company, where she was helped to design their production kitchen at their headquarters in Las Vegas, and she formulated their medical product lines. Dee presently works as a cannabis consultant, helping other brands in multiple states and countries, designing their production kitchens, licensing her recipes, developing brands, formulations, compliance, and more. She helps spread awareness of the healing benefits of cannabis through her appearances on many advocate speaking panels such as this. She's also a keynote speaker and expert in her field. Her features include, she's been featured in Forbes, Bloomberg, PR Newswire, Benzinga, Yahoo Finance, Herbco, High Times, and she's also done multiple television appearances on Netflix series Cooking on High, Snoop Dogg's Mary Jane, Smoke in the Kitchen, and Be Real TV, the National Marijuana News, and multiple other interviews. She uses her platform to educate those on the science behind cannabis edibles. She talks about proper dosing, patient referrals with choosing and making your own medicine. And if that's not enough, Dee also does a live cooking class, the Happy Chef Cannabis Cooking Series in her hometown of Las Vegas. And she also takes the classes on the road to other states and countries around the globe. So next up, Dee will be cooking for us. We're so excited for this and can't wait to see it. I wish we could try it.
Hi guys, hi there, and thank you, Carrie, for the marvelous introduction. As Carrie introduced, I am Chef D. Russell, also known as Edible D, the Happy Chef. I am a 3-time published author of the Happy Chef Cannabis Cookbook series. Now, I have been in the industry since 2006, and oh boy, have things changed quite a bit. Mainly because working in California at that time, in Prop 215 days, the labs weren't open. So the way we infuse in our formulations of how we dosed per serving for the patient has dramatically changed. So when the licenses opened, we all had to get very good, very fast. Because in the olden days, we used to mark our edibles as low, medium, high, extra strength, ×4. We put a lot of these different markings on our packaging in the earlier times, and now it's milligram doses, it's safety when you're dosing yourself, it's proper dosing, it's homogeneity. Now we have big boy lab equipment that we do terpene extractions and formulations with extracting any kind of plant terpene that has, like we see the C of A's where we see all the potencies, where before we weren't going off of those. So to piggyback off of the beautiful Dr. Sandra Carrillo, how the endocannabinoid system works with our bodies, as a chef and in my profession, I see it as, Hippocrates, let food be thy medicine and let medicine be thy food. Any kind of plant medicine like hemp, like CBD, like cannabis, complements our bodies naturally because it's an organic matter with our organic bodies. So same thing as a plant-based diet would be that much more beneficial for you and your medicine to work better for the patient. So I'm very, very big on promoting no processed foods, and I'm a very big advocate on adding CBD, hemp, and cannabis in your daily meals every day because, in the dispensary, in the collectives that are out there, I work as a formulator. I've designed many different brands and for many different countries all over this country and the world. And there's things that are lacking. The big sellers, as Mr. Patterson explained, was, you have topicals, you have the edibles, the gummies, but that's very, sugar, gummies, candies, rope, because that's where our industry kind of formulated, that's where we started. It was the more fun. And then now it's become a new wave of very, very focusing on plant-based ingredients, natural, safe ingredients, as well as proper dosing, which is what I go into very in depth into my cookbooks, mainly being my expert cookbook where I go into formulations, how to properly dose yourself. I give you the exact formula of how to break down per ounces in metric system because everything has to be formulated in metric. This is not a cups and teaspoons kind of a gig you can do when you're cooking with cannabis. When you're cooking with medicine in general, you have to convert everything to the metric system. And that allows the patients to properly dose themselves. And now with CBD's wide availability, as Mr. Patterson also said, throughout the world with legalities, you can now purchase, say, like I have some CBD isolate here, and you can purchase that on various websites from different suppliers, as well as doing your diligence to make sure that the supplier is who they say they are. Another fact that Mr. Patterson mentioned, because there have been hemp hustlers, and you need to trust the product, the quality of the product, as well as the supplier and where the hemp is being grown, the cultivars who are making it. And with that, when you talk about dosing with different patients, I found that we are all different. Making sure it's homogeneous is one thing, but depending on what other medicines the patient is taking, that being pharmaceuticals, benzos, certain medicines actually block CBD and cannabis from doing its proper effects on our bodies. So every patient is different between their body mass, how much they've had to eat that day, how they are taking their cannabis and their CBD. All of these play a huge factor, which is another reason why I do think that taking CBD and cannabis before you eat especially if you're doing a consumable product like my products, like edibles and tinctures, all of that. You know, tinctures act very sublingual, so you can get the effects a lot faster due to it going into your bloodstream that way. When you're inhaling cannabis, you know, you have to decarboxylate the plant at first by lighting it on fire, and then you inhale it and the smoke expands into your lungs and it gets into your bloodstream. However, edibles, it converts delta-9 or THC into 11-hydroxy THC, 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, which that changes the compound completely. It allows it to be more medicinal. The effects are more enhanced, more heavy. It allows it to last for a longer duration of time. And this is also goes into factors of why edibles can and have had a bad reputation over our industry's reputation. It's almost everybody's had a bad edible experience. And you know, that is why I'm very honored to have been in the industry as long as I have. And I'm even more honored to be speaking with so many great individuals that are definitely leaving their footprint and impact on our industry, making it progress and get that much better, as well as the labs making me that much better at my job. And, you know, going along with terpenes, as we were talking about before. So we have cannabinoids, which are only found in cannabis. But the miracle and magic that I find in cooking with cannabis has to do with the terpenes, because I can find different foods that also carry that terpene, and I can add it as an enhancement to the plant. So if I'm working with broad spectrum CBD products, now broad spectrum and full spectrum products have THC in it, where broad spectrum has CBD and all the terpenoids and everything else, just minus the THC. So I like to work with a broad spectrum or full spectrum, so I get the full benefits of the plants, as well as, depending on what I'm cooking with, I know how to make the medicine more enhanced. I know how to make it work better per my diet and for what I choose to cook that day. So as I'm explaining all of that, we have the recipe that I chose to cook really quick for you guys today is a recipe from my expert cannabis cookbook, The Happy Chef. And I'm using different, all plant-based. So like garlic, you have different terpenes that are in garlic that are also found in cannabis. You have your myrcene, which is found in mangoes. You have beta-caryophyllene, which is also found in garlic, which is also found in roasted red peppers, crushed red peppers. You have your tahini and your sesame. These also carry different terpenes. So your black pepper, which also has beta-caryophyllene. Now, beta-caryophyllene was a terpene that was discovered in the about 2008, I believe, and it was falsely identified as a cannabinoid, mainly because it's in everything. We literally found beta-caryophyllene in small potencies across all cannabis genetics and all the strains that we were seeing on all of our tests. So so we thought it was a cannabinoid because it's in everything, but in fact, it's just one of the most highest studied terpenes on the planet because it almost has just as many healing benefits as CBD and other cannabinoids in the plant. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick demo. So when I'm infusing anything of the plant, you always have to bind it to a fat. Everything in cannabis and CBD and hemp is not water soluble. So you have to bind it to, I say the higher the fat, the better. So coconut oil is always good. It's a nice high saturated fat. And so I have some infused coconut oil that the whole bottle carries 250 milligrams in this unit. So per tablespoon, I've dosed it out to around 16 milligrams of CBD per tablespoon in this particular batch. If you guys are out there and you guys are looking for formulas to help you dose yourself at home and cook easier at home because we all have diet restrictions per allergies, per preference, whether, you're gluten-free, soy-free, nut allergies, this can benefit everybody in every way, and it's quite easy to do it by yourself at home. Once you have the formula correct and you get dosing yourself. And I have formulas for all of you who wish to learn more on my website is at edibled.com. So definitely check those out. I have my books for sale there, as well as multiple recipes to help get you guys well versed and getting comfortable cooking your own medicine at home in your kitchen. So I have a food processor here that just speeds up the process. How I'm going to do it is I'm going to make my happy hummus from my cookbook, The Happy Chef. That was the collaboration I did with my good friend and patient, B-Roll of Cypress Hill. I was his edible chef back in the Prop 215 days before everything went Prop 64 in California. And we still work together now. It's a lot different in the edible kitchens these days. But so you take your garbanzo beans, or I guess chickpeas, people can call them in the States, and you add those into your food processor. You have your tahini or your sesame oil. This is amazing. I add a probably a good tablespoon of that. I don't know if you guys could see. I'm trying to make it like nice. All right, and then we have your roasted red peppers. I always like to add red peppers or olives or garlic, those kind of things into my hummus. And I always prefer making my hummus at home versus getting store-bought stuff, because that way I can infuse it, you know, I can make it actually even better for me, even healthier for me. And then of course, I got my black pepper, crushed red pepper, also good. And then where I had my CBD isolate, I infused into my coconut oil. I'm gonna add a good tablespoon of that. All right. Gonna get a little loud here. I'm gonna mute. All right, easy breezy, and there you go. Got some roasted red pepper, cooked hummus, easy to spread on all your sandwiches. You can just eat it like as dip with cucumbers, all of that, and also terpenes are found in cucumbers. And again, it's so easy to cook for yourself at home and make your own infusions. If you are looking for a healthier alternative, and it's very beneficial because all CBD and hemp and all of cannabis products, all of terpenes, they work better with our bodies because we are organic. We are, you know, chemical. I always find synthetic doesn't work very well with organic. That's why our cannabis, we have no overdoses on cannabis. That's why that works so good with our bodies. And that's why a lot of, you know, I see a lot of issues or challenges with different patients. I almost call it chemical warfare on our bodies, because they are on so many different kinds of pharmaceuticals, different kind of medicines that their bodies are not allowed to, or they're not able to process well. So I do see CBD and hemp as the future, and not just in textiles and concrete and packaging and clothing. I see it as a very healing additive to be added to cuisine everywhere. And I see it going straight into the restaurants, as, you know, doing CBD infused meals from anywhere from a cafe to fine dining. And I hope to be still around for that, and hopefully getting the company going that way. And maybe I'll open up one of my own. Yes. Thank you guys for having me, and it's been real.
Thank you so much, Dee. We do have a question that came in from Fernando. And he wants to know, how easy is CBD to use in seasoning and spices to flavor food, and what is the recommended strength?
Recommended strength. Well, recommended strength, again, you're going to have to, it depends on the person. However, if you're just going to dose that entire unit, CBD isolate itself, even before you decarboxylate it and making it active, it has a bitter kind of taste. So just making sure you sift it really well in whichever combination of seasonings. If you're doing like maybe a garlic herb seasoning, the flavors of all the other herbs are going to be masking the CBD. You're just going to get the healing benefits of CBD that are also going to be enhanced by the garlic that you're using, because there's other terpenes in garlic. So I would definitely recommend just finely sifting perhaps, I'd say 1 full gram in a normal, you know, I do probably a normal 42 gram thing of seasoning. I'll probably do it that way. Finally sift it out, and that way you'll get a good, with how many doses you can get, you probably get about 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams per meal per dish that you're doing.
Awesome. I cannot wait to get the cookbook and try some of these recipes. Brad put into the chat your website address, so everybody go check it out, get Dee's cookbook, and let's start making some yummy, yummy meals. I'm so excited. Thank you very much for presenting to us today. Any other questions from the audience before we say thanks and goodbye to Dee?
No.
All right, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Carrie, and thank you, everybody. I've been enjoying everyone's talk and looking forward to questions at the end. Bye.
All right, terrific. So next up, we have our hemp industry panel, which will be moderated by Ryan Bacchus. Our featured speakers are Mariah Dodson, who's the founder of United Herbalism, and Wayne Richmond, Executive Director of the California Hemp Association. So I'd like to introduce Ryan, who's the president of the California Cannabis Coalition. Ryan started his career very early at age 19. From 2014 to December of 2015, he served as the manager and lead lobbyist for Californians for Responsible Government, a 501c3 organization working in legislative affairs. He did framework building and policy structuring for issues including tax reduction, environmental sustainability, water, zoning, and land use, as well as local outreach to officials and department agencies, staff in cities in California, such as Upland, Claremont, San Bernardino, Santa Ana, and Los Angeles. Since joining the California Cannabis Coalition in 2015 as its corporate secretary, Ryan has successfully led nearly half of the coalition's victories in the institution of regulatory frameworks, such as the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, AB 266, AB 243, and SB 643, citizens' initiatives and referendums to overturn bans in local municipalities. In 2017, Ryan led his coalition in the world famous California Supreme Court case, California Cannabis Coalition versus the City of Upland, with the coalition becoming the first and the only cannabis trade organization in the nation to successfully take a local jurisdiction up the appellate in a framed decision centered around cannabis, ballot measures, and taxes as regulated under Prop 13 in 2003. Also later in that summer, he received a nomination by the chair of the Committee for the State Small Business Employers Association. From 2018, Ryan has worked directly with the state of Colorado's Marijuana Division and Revenue and Taxation Group to put together comprehensive policies for their statewide social equity program, facilitation of the coalition's partnership with the Bureau of Cannabis Control's Get Weed Wise to lead responsible use of cannabis in their mission and to always keep the California cannabis clean. He led the organization over a dozen state legislative victories with 8 co-led measures signed, as well as co-leading the lobby against AB 1530, the delivery ban in 2019. This year's proposed smokable hemp ban, AB 2028, and also halting the schedule vote for the MORE Act with Sean Kiernan and the Weed for Warriors project. Before the start of this year, Ryan hand drafted the recommendations made to Governor Newsom for the general budget plan of 2020 to eliminate the markup, wholesale, and cannabis business tax as revealed in his proposal for the general budget on cannabis tax reform, tax relief in the marketplace, and to be deemed essential during the pandemic, as well as handwritten recommendations to the inclusion of banning of additives in cannabis vape pens in this year's final version of AB 1639 to be reintroduced at the next session. So with that, I would love to welcome Ryan to the stage, and he will introduce his panelists.
Here.
Still on mute.
Stop muting me. I think we got it now. So hi, everybody. As you got the word from the young lady here, my name is Ryan Bacchus. I'm president and chairman for California Cannabis Coalition, as well as president for American Cannabis Coalition. Thank you for, of course, the great introduction. And of course, thank you for our great panelists, Mariah Dotson. If you're not familiar with her, she is the founder of Dust to Diamonds. Actually, she is also one of the youngest license holders in I believe not only the state, but the nation. She could correct me later on that. She's also our chair for diversity and inclusion and equitability on the CCC, and our great friend, Wayne Richardson, who actually, he was also a helping hand on killing AB 2028 to get rid of the smokable hemp ban provision. So with that, we'd love to introduce them, get them online, and let them introduce, of course, themselves and give a little what's over, because we got a lot to go over, especially coming down not only globally, but nationwide, some of the news coming in statewide and locally. So, definitely let's go ahead and get right to it, guys.
Well, hi, and good morning. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Ryan. I'll just jump in, I guess, right? You want to talk about legislative things?
Well, not necessarily. Wanted you to go ahead and give a little introduction of yourself, but also too, I guess with that, go ahead and jump into some of the things, because you have been, especially coming off hot this week, you explained to me you were working on some things related to the Hill, especially with the DEA and the USDA, and came off some great landmark successes in the coming weeks or in the past weeks. So definitely go ahead and introduce yourself. And let's go ahead and get right started with the legislative fix of things from the national level.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. My name is Wayne Richmond. I'm the founder and executive director of the California Hemp Association and the California Hemp Foundation. We have been involved with supporting over 1,200 acres of research farms in California, and we are also the holder of the Real California Hemp Quality Assurance Logo program for our California farmers. So we're involved in a lot of things, both statewide and this year also nationally. So that's kind of in a quick oversight what I do and what I'm going to talk about. My background includes also being a major accounts person, a business development guy for Apple Computer, and a serial entrepreneur. So the hemp opportunities are plentiful. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry waiting to be birthed. Come join us.
And with that, Mariah, are you on board with us right now?
Hello, my name is Mariah Dotson. I am the COO of Dust to Diamonds Incorporated. We are a cannabis license holder, as well as the founder of United Herbalism, where we manufacture, distribute, and retail CBD products. So I'm excited to be here with you all and get into some fun stuff.
Well, actually, let's go ahead and start with you, because you're soon to be, as you already have mentioned, the owner of a hemp cultivation site. So that's pretty, that's pretty rad, especially, shows young cats like us are out here, especially stepping up our game and taking control of the scheme and lay of the land, and showing what can, especially with these new emerging markets, such as cannabis, such as hemp, what we are able to accomplish and what we're capable of. And, especially with you having experience, not just in business, but also in policy, you can see a little bit of a different fold, of course, from the business perspective. And even like Wayne said, it's very plentiful, obviously, the potential out there, but we also have to stay realistic in the fact that there are also, tumultuous times, as we've seen, of course, especially as someone mentioned earlier, the slow, I guess you could say, pace for regulation, not just on the federal level, but on a state and even local level. So, if you could go ahead and kick us off, what exactly from your experiences, I would like to see, of course, the things that you thought coming into the hemp space, and now the things, that you're here, what do you think now? Because of course, many people have this perception, and, it's not quite as it is at the surface level, is it?
Absolutely. So I would say coming into the cannabis industry specifically, it was a lot of things that were unexpected. CEQA, bring water and power things as that such. And also the tax, the policies had not caught up to the business side of things. So being able to maneuver into the hemp industry, I see a lot of the same challenges, but I also see a lot different opportunities, right? So where there were challenges in cannabis, there are some of the same challenges in hemp, but we are able to apply those in different ways and take those steps necessary to continue to build out manufacturing, to continue to, advance into cultivation and partner with strategic companies that can help us get into the market in different areas. So I think it's a combination of really being able to apply the knowledge that cannabis provide and is providing and utilizing that in the hemp space. So I think that's something that's huge.
And with that, actually, let's bring Wayne back into the groove of things, because I don't think people even going back to, just cannabis in general. First of all, they are very separate, but they are also very similar and same just in general, because of course, the reasons they were banned, the war on drugs, the war on culture, the changes in regulations, people are changing their perception and it's not consistent with what truly is. And especially the interdependency and regulation in business and how that impacts, of course, the limitations or the fruitfulness and access for the people that buy these products, which as of right now, we see where most of them go to. Wayne, bringing it back really, especially to what she even said, as far as seeing the similarities and the different opportunities, what do you say, especially on the regulation side and the interdependency that business, proceeding from the regulation that happens on a national level to a state level, how they're impacted, how they have to maneuver and adjust and further at the same time evolve? That's pretty critical, and I don't think an element a lot of people really even look at typically.
Right. Well, that's a good question. Lots of details to that, lots of granularity, but let me see if I can address some of that. In California, we have both that are available, both medical use, adult use, and now with the 2018 Farm Bill, hemp is a USDA crop, and we're legal. However, there are attempts, and AB 2028 was just that, as Ryan started to tell you. One of the things that, besides a smokable hemp ban, that was problematic was the extreme taxation. In fact, the taxation, mirrored the cannabis side, which would have killed the market, where we don't have that profitability on.
If I may, actually, that's
right?
funny that you say that, because that's where a lot of people were actually saying this was a Prop 64 attempt in using, of course, now hemp policy.
Right, and fully, I believe it was an attempt to create another Bureau of Cannabis Control, and we are already wrestling with the CDFA that's the California Department of Food and Agriculture, who oversees the industrial hemp program, to not get into that kind of lane of regulation and taxation. In fact, we're arguing with them now over an increase in fees that are in fact onerous and will hamper the industry here. But as the taxation was a very big part of the smokable hemp ban, also there were lots of other nuances in there. It was really a horrible bill brought on by people who know better. I'm not going to name them. They know who they are. If you want to go to our website on Facebook, you can find out for yourself who they are. It was very difficult. Now, at the national level, we had a great meeting last week with the SBA, Assistant General Counsel. Sat down with a group of us from standing hemp organizations that have come together with the help of the National Hemp Association, forming a new voice, clear of the old politics and the old characters from yesteryear and last year. Kind of the industry, as many people know, struggled this past year. Either seed was not good and outcomes were not as predicted. The market wasn't there for all the outcomes. Companies like Gencana having difficulties, etc. This year and going forward, I think we've kind of cleaned the pipes, if you will, hopefully. But the regulations are still in process. And one of the things I'd like to, maybe do a shout out if I can, the USDA has reopened their comment period on the interim final rules for the hemp bill. And it is really imperative that anybody who's interested in positive outcomes go there and add your voice to the comments. They want to hear from real farmers. They want to hear real circumstances. And particularly what they want to hear is how negatively that may impact you as a small farmer. So the one thing I can say, much to my surprise in my Washington visit earlier in January before the pandemic, met with USDA, the entire hemp team, Sonia Jimenez, Bill Richmond, and all of their fine folks and staff members with our crew. And I have to say, not only were they absolutely positively on the side of farmers trying to grow hemp and trying to understand what they can do administratively, and cynical me was just couldn't be more pleased. And I just want to give a shout out to Sonia and Bill Richmond and the team at USDA because they're awesome. So please get out there and do that. The interim final rules are really important. The other thing it is, we need to extend the 2014 Farm Bill because frankly, the rules coming into play at the time that they will come into play here for testing protocols in particular, will impact harvesting. So timing is everything. So those would be the two things that I would ask people to speak to. But
actually, I was going to ask you real quick, and we're going to turn this to Mariah because I wanted to ask her. And this is, I mean, it's going to be a question really for both of you guys, but this one obviously right here for you, because a lot of people, and I'll even pull it up. I'm not a big numbers guy. I'm a big stat guy. Don't ask me to do math in the morning, especially before I have my coffee. We will have a problem. But, you know, something that especially, I'm sure Mariah, and this is where we're going to actually ask her to cue in here. From the business level perspective, that's great to know that, and I've met with some of Department of Ag and USDA's folks before. They are very eclectic group of folks. They actually do care about the issue. Fortunately, unlike most departments. You know, something that is a grave concern, I was actually going to ask you, you already addressed it, is are they seeing, you know, the problems that the farmers are experiencing, people like Mariah, now that she has to navigate into, of course, two different worlds, but navigate this world in which you, as you stated, especially it's been very flatline as far as policy movement. You know, roughly about 91% of farmers are, you know, of course, they report some sort of financial hardship. And I believe, if I'm looking at it correct, 87% of those, they are affected by mental health directly from that and are afraid to lose their farms. This is actually numbers from the American Farm Bureau Foundation. So we're talking about hemp, but we're not seeing that hemp really, especially this is something I want the investors, you guys, to really understand. Two things. One is stick close to the plant. Stop investing in these holding companies that aren't touching the plant and aren't actually physically interacting with the things that are going to either be your success or your breaking point. But really understand we're talking about a sector of agriculture. So now the sector of agriculture, which has been proliferately just, you know, hampered over the now, you know, centuries, is going to also be attributed into the hemp space. So, you know, you already answered the question as far as, are they seeing those things? They want to hear from farmers, so clearly they are. Mariah, what has some of, especially you now going into this space as a business owner, because obviously that's very critical, the USDA looking to enhance policy or even really to forego the current policy and extend prior policy. You know, that's critical for people like you, especially as a business owner, not necessarily to have policy in place, but have the right regulation and policy in place that's not going to be burdensome to your growth and to your betterment as a business owner, correct?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And one thing that I think the hemp industry itself could take from the cannabis industry is, you know, these subcommittees who assist in the policy drafting, such as, you know, yourself, you know all about that. So really being able to have the farmer from the manufacturer to the distributor to the marketer and everyone in between writing, assisting the lawmakers and writing these policies so that these policies are writ for businesses to be successful, farmers to be successful. so that these farmers have less risk. Everything's a risk, we understand, but they have less risk when getting into this business, so that we can take numbers like 87% mental health and lower those. That should never be a risk that the American farmer has to, take in. So I absolutely think a subcommittee.
Well, actually,
I could speak to that because we have some things in play right now with USDA and EPA, as well as US SBA. One of the things we were able to do with them, just to show they are in Washington really wanting to help the farmer. That's the good news. I want to share that with everybody. Two of the things.
well, it's conservative town. They should.
Right. And so two important things just to share with you what we were able to come away with in January with our meetings with them included the relaxation on the DEA testing rule, that it had to be DEA labs only. So now it could include the ISO certified labs, because that, we explained to them, that would be a bottleneck to the extreme on the industry, because we couldn't get enough testing in of the acreage that was being planted. So they understood that, and in fact, were able to tweak the regulations. See, there's a certain amount of things that they can do within the regulation framework, right? And so we have people on our team that actually have worked at the USDA and have USDA speak in their blood. And so we're able to help guide them, as Mariah pointed out. Absolutely, when you have those opportunities, take them or create them, which is what we're doing, right? So the other thing we came away with was this concept that in the testing protocols, no one figured out a margin of error should be applied. And we got them to agree that scientifically that makes total good sense. And so that, along with some changes in the testing protocols, meaning literally how they go to a field and what plants they clip and how much they do and test, could in fact give us enough wiggle room so that hemp farmers won't be found to be with hot crops and then facing destruction orders from the locals, right? That's an important.
Well, and actually to add on that, because now it actually made me think about something, going back to actually with you, Mariah, your decision making and where you actually went to do the purchase for your hemp farm, because the saturation in markets for hemp farming, but as Wayne just noted, we have oversaturation of flower from the hemp market, but nowhere to test it and nowhere to process it. So it's kind of just a conundrum of problem after problem, because we're talking about, these farmers are looking now at literally either holding their product, which obviously will eventually go bad unless they have the right, the adequate storage systems to do so. But really, of course, Mariah, going back to, again, your decision making, because a lot of people are looking at just jumping into the hemp space and not really understanding the supply chain is not really there at the moment. It's very stagnant, and actually really just almost non-existent. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree to some point, right? So one thing that I would say the military has taught me is, the first thing is service, right? We need to know how to be of service to our community. So in my decision-making process, it's always been going to areas, counties who require the most service, which as a business it's challenging, but it provides the most, we solve more problems that way. So in the decision-making process, I have picked cities who are not very well established in their ordinances or their legislation, and they need some guidance. My newest venture, which I'm super excited about, I haven't necessarily had to purchase the farm. My grandfather has owned the farm for 60 some years, so I'm excited about that.
Oh, my bad.
But I'm grateful for that, right? I'm grateful for that because there's experience behind the farmer. I think in this new venture, there is going to be so many farmers who are just looking for guidance and looking for answers. And so I think that's important, that when these businesses are going into new places, they're finding people who really, truly do need the help. They need the guidance, and they're willing to accept it as well. So I think I know Wayne could probably comment to that as well.
Well, every day farmers are struggling just in general. Mother Nature is always throwing something at them. And I think we in the urban centers are disconnected from that. And I can say that I've lived many years of my 66 years so far, not fully as connected as I could be and should be. And that's part of my passion and why I'm here rather than being a retired guy. Is to fight for our farmers and the opportunity for them to grow this crop that helps heal the soil, provides better food and better outcomes for everyone involved, any part of that value chain, from the seed all the way through the food products to the clothing, to the oils, to the plastics and all the other things. I will say that while most people thought the gold rush was the CBD and CBN and CBG and CB's XYZ, which will be next week's variety, many of those farmers looked back at their own family roots. I'm sure, Mariah, many of your, family farms in the areas of your family's farms also. Many of them actually grandparents grew this crop, but they grew it in the fiber variety. And it's the fiber variety that went to, that were the canvas sails, that were the coverings of the covered wagons. Cannabis is actually Dutch. I mean, canvas is actually Dutch for cannabis. So it was cannabis cloth, and that, in fact, were the first Levi's, et cetera. So that's really the history. And if we get back to that, the value add in all of that, the plastics, I mean, BMW and Mercedes cars use hemp plastics every day.
Yeah.
These are luxury automobiles. I'm involved with Hempcrete and helping to build Hempcrete homes. These are healthy, safe homes that don't burn. Did you hear me, folks? Fire resistant, antimicrobial. It's a premium product. Our farmers can do all of this stuff. So that's kind of what I'm helping farmers understand, both in the genetics that they have in terms of what's available seed-wise, but also in what we need to do as an industry to build out the infrastructure to process the crop into these various constituent commodities that we can all turn into all kinds of crazy good things. I mean, think about all the face masks that people could be wearing right now of antimicrobial hemp textile.
Now, real quick, Wayne, actually,
from silk to like burlap.
So real quick, Wayne, to top on that, because actually that's a very great point. Something I think actually really investors, you should always ask this question as to what is your end goal, because we really are talking about a product, or not even a product, an agricultural phenomenon that can be used in 50,000 million, however many ways, but people are looking at it very singularly from, CBD and processing it to, a few, maybe clothes here and there, instead of looking at the industrial application and some of the, even, I guess you could say, really the innovation factor, because a lot of people aren't even looking at, of course, like you just said, the hempcrete side of things. Actually, that is a sector that is taking off pretty rapidly right now. And for investors, it's, look at something new, especially like he just said. We're talking about a plant that can, yes, it has many potential uses, but what uses are going to be the most applicable, especially in this next 5 to 10 year period? And things like what he just said, face masks, I'm writing down that I got to get a pen for that. Sorry, you gave me a new idea though, but it's true. There are so many things that if we actually went outside the box and thought about it, of course, again, investors, make sure that you're looking at more factors than just who's making the best CBD product. Look at who's maybe making the new hemp battery for the next Tesla car or whatever. Just think outside the box, because this is really an industry now of not just agriculture and medicine, but innovation and research and development overall. And someone said they have the hemp battery. That's right, my man, Derek, you go. That's right.
Well, yeah.
And by the way, we do have 1 minute, so go ahead, and I would like for you and Mariah to make some last remarks, especially directed at, the audience, some of the investors particularly, on what to look for. I mean, what to, especially what to look for in partnering with the farmer, not just investing in a farmer, but partnering with the farmer, not just with the story, but who actually is going to be in it for the long haul and can execute. Your take and Mariah's take, please.
Well, Mariah, which would you want to jump in it, or shall I? It's either way.
Well, I think first and
What to
foremost,
say.
it's really important that the entire vertical model is within the investor's reach, right? So that you are able to see seed to sale or whatever that product is making. So investing in businesses who are not only passionate about that, but also believe in the possibilities of what this plant can do itself, going into programs for veterans, going into social equity, many, many different aspects. But that model should be vertical from the ground up. So that would be my insight.
Well, vertical is a good model for a lot of people, and there are farmers we know that are in fact surviving on that model right now. A couple that I know in Imperial County, as a matter of fact. As to the hemp battery, there is a patent issue, just so people know that in fact, 4 years ago, Dr. David Midland, I'll give him a shout out because I have an NDA with the gentleman, on creating graphene from hemp. Okay.
I've read that. I've read that.
For those investors who are looking, you're welcome to contact me afterwards as well. But listen, Porsche 2 years ago created a sports car body out of hemp fiber exclusively. Henry Ford did it 60 years ago, 70 years ago. Every BMW i3, if you look at the dashboard, looks like it has fibers in it. That's hemp fiber plastic, ladies and gentlemen. Okay?
Wow.
Right in front of your face, you don't even see it. And I'm telling you, that's the future of this crop. And indeed, if you're interested in saving the planet and having climate impacts, the only way this crop, which captures 9 tons of carbon per row crop acre every growing cycle, which is 90 to 120 days max, right? Not like 20-year trees. With that kind of carbon capture rate, the numbers could be off the chart, but you have to grow the fiber variety in literally hundreds of thousands of acres, turning it into clothing, turning it into plastics and oils and all of the constituent products. And by the way, it's a superfood if you eat the seed. It's called hemp seed hearts. Look it up in your local market. Anyway.
Thank you so much for sharing all of your insights today, Ryan, Wayne, and Mariah. We really appreciate it. It's been great learning from you, and we look forward to continuing the conversation during our networking session.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce our featured speaker, Lisa Marcus. Lisa is the CEO of GLE Brands, which is Cheech's Private Stash. She is the co-creator of the Cheech's cannabis brand, as well as the vision of Cheech Marin, who, as we all know, is part of the infamous Cheech and Chong duo. Lisa is responsible for co-founding and managing all aspects of the brand, from sourcing cannabis product to creating the marketing, PR, and sales initiatives. She's currently launching an additional tier to Cheech's staff with the introduction of CBD wellness products. Lisa is committed to establishing the Cheech brand as the most recognized and successful cannabis brand in the country. From the brand's infancy, she has been dedicated to maintaining its integrity while working very closely with Cheech and continuing the adherence to the brand's tagline, "It will always be good." Prior to joining Cheech's Private Stash, Lisa served as the COO at Riviera Imports New York, which is an importer and producer of spirits and wine products. In 2016, Lisa was introduced to Cheech Marin, which led to their collaboration to create the popular Tres Papalote Mezcal brand. And due to the success of the Mezcal, she was offered the lead in the development of Cheech's Private Stash cannabis brand. And as part of her responsibilities at Riviera Imports, she led the marketing and PR team and developed brand stories and consumer messaging. Lisa was the lead liaison to distributors for the sales initiatives and events and creating consumer awareness around the Riviera brands. Earlier in her career, Lisa served as the chief of staff for Colin Cowie Enterprises, which is the world's leading design and event firm. She was devoted to creating a work environment where every project had a standard of excellence, ultimately providing consistent customer satisfaction. Lisa is a dual resident of Austin, Texas, and New York City, and she has a son and an adopted daughter from Rwanda. Lisa is one of the founding members of Feminiza North America, which is an international nonprofit organization dedicated to the encouragement of every woman's future and working towards a greater mutuality between the genders. Lisa was part of an international team that hosted a 4-day seminar at the UN in Nairobi that was entitled Ubuntu, meaning value for the life of every human being in gender respect. She continues to mentor women around the world and is resolute to the belief that if you save one life, you save the world. From an early age, Lisa has been interested in health and well-being. She's thrilled to be part of the cannabis industry, knowing the healing benefits of the plant. Lisa looks forward to discoveries of the natural wonder of cannabis and all that it may offer others. So Lisa, welcome. We're delighted to have you here today, and we look forward to you sharing your remarks. And we can't hear you.
Oops, sorry, I was mute. Thank you for the introduction, Carrie. I didn't think you were going to read all of that, but thank you very much. So yes, I'm really here. I'm very, very excited about CBD. As you mentioned in my bio, I have long been devoted to well-being, both physically and emotionally. Something that I took up many, many years ago, and it is a love of mine. I do healing work into the world as my passion and how I give back. So I'll give you a little bit of a history about CBD. Many years ago, and I'm talking many, so I might be dating myself, I lived in Jamaica in the West Indies. It was probably the mid-'80s. That's about right. And I lived in Negril. So for most of you who might know Jamaica, Jamaica is very famous as one of the first places that everybody got to know cannabis. So I lived in a little property. Actually, it was my family's property, my cousins, and they'd been out there since the 60s. And it was at that time, it was Negril. Many of you may know Negril now. It became a hot spot. But at that time, there was nothing there, and it was very remote. We had no electricity, no phones. It was really living like off the land. So I had my little cottage, if you will, and across the street was Auntie May. Now there wasn't very much food around. So if you wanted to have something for dinner, you'd have usually fresh fish, and it was very limited to the fish. And if you really wanted a treat, you got a chicken. So if I wanted chicken for dinner, I'd cross the road, go over to Auntie May and say, Auntie May, I want some chicken tonight. And she'd go out into the back in the afternoon, and she'd take a fresh chicken, and voila, it would show up at my doorstep. Now, one of the things about eating at that time was, as I mentioned, there wasn't a lot of food. And we ate a lot of pasta because pasta was available, and a lot of bread because a lot of the Jamaican women would be baking bread. So there was always plenty of bread. And at the time, I didn't know I had a bit of a wheat intolerance. And I used to get a lot of headaches because I think I was eating way too much bread. And one morning, I happened to be talking to Auntie May, and I mentioned about my headache. You know, she was saying, how are you today, my dear? And, you know, and she'd call me daughter. How are you today, daughter? And I'd say, I'm okay. I just keep getting these headaches. She said, don't worry, daughter. I have something for you. And she gave me a tincture, which I found out later was CBD hemp. And I didn't know it at the time, and we didn't really talk, I didn't even know about CBD as even an option, because at that time there was only marijuana that we talked about around the world or in Jamaica. So I had the CBD tincture, and it was just incredible what it did for my headaches. So fast forward, when I came back to the States, there was no CBD at this time. It didn't exist. But I do remember those days. And of course, I adjusted my food so I would try not to have the headaches. But that's how I became interested in CBD. and I've long been a proponent of its healing properties in so many ways, so many ways. And in my travels with Cheech or on my own, everywhere we go, it's amazing the stories that you hear from people about CBD, about marijuana, about cannabis, how much it changes their lives. So I love what Ryan said earlier, is that we really have to start to think outside the box. And we really have to start to think about new ways and innovations to bring CBD out into the world, because we just now, I think, started to get the attention. I hope you don't hear my dog barking in the background. We just started to get the attention that, that this wonderful, wonderful category deserves. And it's really quite amazing. Many of you know how many things CBD can be used for. And I really feel if we come together as a community and really start to educate the public, I believe one day soon you will walk into every drugstore and there'll be Tylenol, Advil, and then there'll be CBD, because it's so much better for you and in my opinion, as effective. So I just wanted to go back again and tell a little story about my experience with Cheech and how we came to form up the CBD division. So as you heard, I met Cheech through Riviera Imports when we started to create a mezcal with him. And Cheech is the all-time have fun, enjoy life kind of guy. And it's truly who he is. You know, people have a persona. I've worked with a lot of celebrities in a lot of different areas. And very often it's such a disappointment when you meet celebrities, because they have this persona and then they have the real them. But Cheech is Cheech, and he loves his fans, he loves people, and he loves just being happy and feeling well and sharing that. So when we created the Tres Papalote Mezcal, he taglined it, the party mezcal. So it became the party mezcal. Then when we went to work on our cannabis brand, he tagged that, it will always be good. Then when we created the CBD brand, he tagged that, feel good, live good, love life. So he really enjoys life, and that's what he wanted to bring to all his fans and to everybody that he could touch with his CBD, is to feel well and enjoy your life. And I'll tell you a quick story, which I shared, I think, with Brad Turner. One day we were in San Diego, Cheech and I, and we were doing, at that time, a mezcal appearance on the local Fox News. So when you go to the news stations, you usually come through the front door. There's a handler, takes you back, sets you up for the interview. And then when the interview's over, it's usually a 3, 4, 5-minute interview on the morning show. When the interview is over, the handler takes you out to the front, thanks you very much, shakes your hand, and sends you on your way. So this particular morning, we were leaving the Fox studio, and they kind of took us out a back door and back stairs, and we started to kind of go towards the exit in the back of the building. And I just happened to ask this young lady, why is it that you're taking us out this way? We came in the front. And she said, well, you know, Cheech got on the TV show. Some of his fans saw him, and they immediately ran down to the studio right while he was speaking, and they're standing outside. And Cheech turned around, he said, wait a minute. If my fans are at the front door, that's where I'm going out. So he really is a man of the people, and people love Cheech. Everywhere we go, they just love him. And we really are so happy that we've now extended our cannabis brand to CBD and that we can reach other people. So just a couple of things about the brand. It's called Cheech's Stash CBD, and we're very excited about the products that we bring to the market. Everything that we ever put in a jar or in a bottle or in a pre-roll for the Cheech brand is tested by Cheech and his son Joey. This is a family business. Cheech and his son Joey and his daughter Jasmine all work in the business. And Joey is our product control man. So everything has to pass Joey, and he's a tough customer. So when I decided that I wanted to present the idea of doing a CBD brand with Cheech, it took a little time because, you know, Cheech wasn't that familiar with CBD. But after a while, he said, you know what? Let's do it. So then the question became, how do you find a partner? And I know this was being discussed earlier. It's really important that you find the right person to work with. And as we know, not all CBD is the same. So finding good product and then finding a team of people that you can relate to. So I had been looking into CBD, I guess it was close to 2 years. And I have to say there was some wonderful, marvelous CBD available. And there were so many choices, it was really hard to decide who to go with. So we just kept looking, you know. I guess I felt there was something there. There was something waiting for us that was going to be just the right fit. And sure enough, we came across this wonderful company called Tropical Way, and they're based in Washington State. And it's a wonderful story because they are a third generation CBD business, and they are Mexican American. So it was a perfect story for Cheech. And the lovely story is that the great grandmother, who was in Mexico originally, she was the one that began to put together all these tinctures. And she was the one that began to experiment, and it became like a family business where you pass down the secret recipes, if you will, which is quite interesting because it's the same thing with mezcal. I have to make the connection. The mezcalera is usually like second or third generation, and he has a great family secret recipe that's been handed to him. So we found this wonderful family who had recipes for 3 generations, and that was it. It was like the light bulb went off, and we knew we had found the right people. So that's our story. We're just about to launch the brand, the CBD brand in October. We're really excited. We have a website, cheech's-cbd.com, and I thought it would be really fun to give away a package here today. So I'm going to put my let me put my email in the chat. And I thought maybe if you want to email me and tell me what it is you love about Cheech. So whoever gets the best story, tell us why you love Cheech, and we will send you a wonderful package of all kinds of goodies. Now we've got my favorite, oh my gosh, I love the bath salts. They're just amazing. And sometimes I just take them in the shower and I just rub them all over my body. I don't even get into the bath. And Cheech's wife likes them too. But we have wonderful tinctures. We have a muscle cream. Now, the other interesting story is Cheech had his knee replaced in November. He had been on stage and his knee buckled. And he had to have his knee redone. It was the second one. The first one he had done a few years ago, and he had used opioids for pain relief after the surgery. This time, he used a lot of CBD and some cannabis products. And there's an interview, if you look on YouTube, you may be able to find it, of him speaking about how much quicker his recovery was. He didn't have any issues. You know what it's like being on an opioid and trying to get off that regime. And he's now a big fan of CBD. So we've got some great tinctures. We're going to be adding in a sleep tincture. We've got, like I said, the muscle creams, the sore muscle, lavender cream for relaxation, for eczema, wonderful products. So check out the website. And again, I put my email in the chat, and give me a quick sentence or two of why you love Cheech, why he's the man of the people. So thank you very much. And I will also be at the networking program after today's event.
Great. Thank you so much, Lisa. We all love Cheech, so I think you'll be getting a lot of emails from us, and we really appreciate you taking taking the time to speak with us and sharing some of your thoughts and insights. And especially thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of women around the world. It's critically important, super critically important. So thank you.
Thank you.
So folks, that wraps up the speaker portion of our show today. I learned so much myself. I'm sure all of you did too. And I hope you enjoyed all of our incredible guests, the hemp industry panel and the live cooking demonstration from Edible D. That was amazing. I can't wait to make her hummus. Now we're going to switch over to the investor pitch competition. And I would like to introduce to you the moderator for that, Jim Fitzpatrick. Jim is the Vice President of Oasis Capital, where he serves as its Chief Solutioneer, crafting customized solutions to complex opportunities in the cannabis industry. Jim is a former chairman of Costa Mesa Planning Commission and an architect of Measure X. Jim has helped other cities draft cannabis regulation schemes and has successfully obtained over 24 cannabis licenses. Jim was one of the first to implement equipment financing and help teams stack capital, and he is an advisor to several cannabis companies. For Oasis Capital, he's responsible for working primarily with public companies to allocate Oasis's capital. Jim recently completed, excuse me, the UCLA accounting course in financial balance sheet analysis. Got an A on that final, so well done, Jim. He's going to be talking to us now very specifically in leading us through the competition and identifying what works, what doesn't work, where we should invest, and where we're going. Oasis Capital is a family office. It's located in Puerto Rico. It is sector agnostic, and Jim leads its cannabis practice. So Jim, over to you.
Thank you, Carrie, for that introduction and a fantastic job so far. Hello, everyone. As Carrie said, my name is Jim Fitzpatrick. I'm the moderator for the Hemp Opportunities Investor Pitch competition. I would like to welcome everyone that has joined us today. I'm excited to be here on this webinar where we will have 7 experienced investors who are judges and are joined by additional investors and sources of capital watching from around the world. We have 8 companies that will present today to the judges, and they were selected from over 45 companies that applied. We have assembled a great cross-section of companies that will be presenting today. Let's start by going over today's schedule and the format for the investor pitch competition. The investor pitch competition will be approximately 2 hours long, and our goals are to entertain, educate, and connect companies from different industry sectors who are seeking additional growth capital and the hunt for new investors and sources of capital. Today, we'll hear from a lineup of 8 innovative companies that will be presenting investment opportunities to a panel of experienced investor judges that are seeking investment opportunities. At the end of our webinar, we will learn which companies the investor judges like and if any are ready to invest. The schedule for today's webinar is as follows. Let's see, we are about 6 minutes off. So roughly for about 20 minutes, we'll do introductions of the investor judges. Then we will have the company presentations and Q&A from the investor judges. Then roughly just after 3 o'clock, we'll have voting by the investor judges, and you, the audience, will have the opportunity to vote for the company that gave the best presentation. We will announce the audience winner. The judges will each vote for one company and tell us why this is their choice. We will add up the judges' votes to come up with a total, and the company that has the most individual judges will be the overall winner of the Hemp Opportunities Investor Pitch Competition. We will announce the investor judges and announce the winner. To close out the day, around about 3:15 or so, we're going to get together. We'll be hosting a Zoom room networking where you can meet the presenting companies, investor judges, and meet the webinar audience. First, we have a few webinar items to cover. First, if you want to submit a question, just use the chat button at the bottom of your screen. Please make sure you are chatting with all panelists and attendees. After the final presentation, the webinar audience will be presented with a pop-up window on your computer where you'll be able to vote for your #1 company presentation. The presenting companies will work to, and I will work to bring your questions from the audience. We will recommend that you monitor the chat to answer any questions directed at you. That's for the presenters. As a reminder, you have access to the presenting companies and investor judges information at the contact information at the Cannabis Investing Forum. The website is www.cannabisinvestingforum.com. All right, so the format of investor pitch competition. We will be hearing a total of 8 presentations today from presenting companies raising capital. Each company will receive 12 minutes to present and answer questions by the judges. I will introduce the investor judges first. I will introduce each presenting company. It's recommended that the companies do 6 minutes of presentations, which I'll give you a heads up at about 5 minutes, and allow for 6 minutes of Q&A, and then 1 minute of transition in between the presentations. The judges will raise their hand or can indicate that they want to ask a question. Judges are requested to have 1 question for each presentation and keep their answers to 90 seconds or less, so we can have 3 or 4 investor judges asking questions of the presenter. At the end of the 8 presentations, the investor judges and audience will vote on the best presentations. Jim Fitz, that's me, will announce the winning presentation selected by the judges and the winning presentation selected by the audience. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's have some fun doing this. Our first investor judges is Chris Cuvelier, the head of beverage for the world famous Caliva. Chris, are you with us?
I'm here, Jim Fitz. How are you?
Excellent. Give it your best 90 seconds.
You got it. Yeah, thanks, Jim. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Cuvelier, and I am the head of beverage and exec team member at Caliva. I've done some angel investing. I've invested in some PE funds, and I've raised over $35 million in my career. So when Brad asked me to become an investor judge, I got pretty excited to actually sit on the judges' side of the table. I've also sold multiple businesses, including the sale of my beverage company, Zola, to Caliva, where I was the founder and the CEO. Have some experience on the institutional side as well. We took on our first institutional investment from Immigrant Capital out of New York back in 2006. And we eventually sold Zola to a private equity firm called Carp Riley in 2016. Post-acquisition, I was retained as CEO, and our focus was to drive growth by doubling down on our commitment to being 100% plant-based. I'd been following the cannabis industry for 5 years at that time and strongly believed that cannabis and hemp were the ultimate plant-based ingredients, and we really felt that there was a great fit with beverage. So in 2008, I was speaking at a beverage conference in Las Vegas, was paired with Dennis O'Malley, who was the CEO of Caliva, and I spoke for 15 minutes about coconut water disrupting the sports drink category, and Dennis spoke about cannabis disrupting a whole bunch of different categories such as alcohol and opioids, and really being a great plant-based solution for pain, sleep, and anxiety. So Dennis and I quickly realized we shared similar visions for plant-based solutions, and after the event, he invited me to tour Caliva. I was highly impressed with the vertical integration and the 110,000 square foot facility, and I wound up investing in Caliva's A round 2 weeks after that tour. Dennis and I kept talking about beverages and the opportunity to drive growth infusing cannabis and hemp into beverages, and that eventually led to Caliva acquiring Zola in April 2019 and me joining the Caliva team. Today, Caliva is a leading consumer brand, providing omnichannel access to a higher standard of plant-based solutions for health, happiness, and healing. And we are actively looking for investment and acquisition opportunities as we continue to grow and expand our business. So that's my quick background. Good luck to all the presenters. Looking forward to seeing the presentations.
Well done, Chris. Very much appreciate that. Next up, Eric Spitz, the CEO of C4 Distro located in Southern California. Eric.
Hi, everybody. I am a serial entrepreneur. I am usually in the seat of the presenting company, but I have had a fair amount of opportunity to evaluate, be part of founding teams, not as an executive. My current primary role is as the CEO and founder of C4 Distro, which is a California-based distribution company focused largely on plant-touching products that move through dispensaries in Northern California and Southern California. Started the business in 2016. We've launched approximately 25 brands into the marketplace. And we spend our time every day evaluating brands, evaluating opportunities to sell product to ultimately the cannabis consumer, who is also the hemp consumer. And this is a really interesting opportunity for me to see what's going on in the hemp market space and compare it to the opportunities in the cannabis market space. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the presenting companies, and hopefully I can be of some assistance in helping to uncork what the key assets are in each business and how to make it move forward.
Outstanding. Eric Spitz, CEO of C4 Distro. All right, I'm from Boston, so I'm just going to apologize once for butchering everybody's names. All right. Jay Kawe is the co-founder and managing partner of Supercritical. Jay, why don't you tell everybody what your real name is and introduce yourself?
Not too bad, Fitz. That was close. Jay Cowie.
All right.
And along with Carrie Jordan, formed 2/3 of Chicago-based Supercritical. Supercritical is a legal cannabis and hemp advisory and consulting firm. What we do essentially is work with our clients in helping to identify opportunities that they come to us looking for. We put particular emphasis on those companies and startups that look to solve the answers that cannabis and hemp sometimes bring, answers around sustainability, answers around about inclusion. We are very involved and engaged, especially at ground level in Chicago, having been recently named to the City of Chicago College System to help 2 community colleges in particular develop curriculum around certificate program as well as degree program, helping students come out of college with the acumen and the skills to enter into non-plant touching aspects of cannabis. So how that works at Supercritical is not only are we able to help guide those people of the future, they're going to really drive this industry forward, but we are identifying for our clients those companies that are working on the answers, solving things like why bio-waste should be used as alternatives to plastics. Carrie touched about that earlier with truly green plastic. Are there other methodologies out there where we can extrapolate THC synthetically and do it in a prudent and moral manner and apply it as medicine? Because it is our firm belief that we have entered into a period in American culture where at some point we'll look back and ask ourselves, why did we have prohibition against this humble little plant? So we believe that we will never be given the opportunity to right those wrongs, participate in the growth of an industry where jobs will be created, and again, participate at every level along social equity. So that's a long way of saying we get truly involved kind of at the bootstrap level with companies, as long as we can promote social equity, sustainability, and a sustainable future for the industry.
Thank you, Jay. Next up, Jeffrey Finkel, CEO of ArcView Ventures. Jeffrey, everything we need to know about you in 90 seconds and encourage you to unmute yourself.
All right, thank you, Fitz. I must say I'm a Boston boy myself, and while living there, knew a lot of guys named Fitzpatrick. Yes, I'm Jeff Finkel. I'm CEO of ArcView Ventures. ArcView Ventures is the principal investing arm of the ArcView Group, and I'm sure many of you on this panel and looking in today know of the ArcView Group. We're a little bit different than we probably were a number of years ago. We're now structured in 4 divisions. One is our traditional thought leadership group that produces informative webinars. In fact, we were just the co-host of Global Hemp Day earlier in the month, which we did with ICANN in Israel. It was well attended and focused very much on the same subject matter that we're discussing today. Secondly, we have ArcView Capital, which is a FINRA licensed broker-dealer, which we just launched. We have a consulting group called ArcView Consulting, which is doing bespoke consulting assignments. And in ArcView Ventures, again, it's the principal investing arm. Presently, we're investing out of a fund with a fairly unique structure. It's called the ArcView Collective Fund. It is unique in that it is member managed. And what that means is our limited partners, which come from all of the domains around investing and around cannabis, are part of the decision-making process on how the fund is run and in which companies the fund invests. We have 50 members. We've all pooled our capital. And we provide really an institutional layer of support for individual angels that come together in a fund setting to avail themselves of best practices. We've invested in 11 companies. I'd say our investing thesis, which skews seed and early stage, has not focused very much on the industrial side of the hemp story, a little bit more on the CBD and extracts. However, we are focusing more on that now. We've launched an internal initiative to build a grid of participating companies in each subsector that make up industrial hemp. So we're happy to be here today, and we look forward to hearing the presenting companies.
Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, as we move to John Namanik, partner, Green Coast Capital. Great group so far. John, take it away.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful to be surrounded by such talented people. Really looking forward to hearing the presentations. I was originally in investment banking, then became an entrepreneur, had 2 9-figure and 1 8-figure exits in the technology sector. Decided to enjoy my life. Approximately 5 years ago, I got involved with cannabis, in part because of my wife's influence on me in that area. And I thought I started investing. And without getting to a long story, I'm president of a company in Colombia in the cultivation space. I'm also chairman of another company in Canada, and I'm involved in a few other deals. Plus, Green Coast Capital is an amalgam of 4 family offices, including my own. And we've done 62 deals in the last 2.5 years, 16 of those in the cannabis space. So we're agnostic to space per se, but we do like cannabis. And that's it.
Outstanding. Well done. Thank you for giving us a couple of seconds back. We move on to Scott Greiper. I knew Scott in the Wayback Machine when the rooms that we were on panels with were often about the size of our panel plus a couple, Scott. So always good to see you. Take it away. Who's Scott Greiper?
I'm more interested in who's Jim Fitzpatrick, by the way. That's more interesting than me. And I miss seeing you in your red plaid pajamas, Jim, at the end of a long day at the shows. So next time you got to show up in that outfit.
Deal.
Glad to be part of the panel. Really strong group of people. I'm the founder and president of Viridian Capital Advisors. We were the first FINRA licensed investment bank in the legal cannabis industry when we launched in June of 2014. So we're celebrating our 7th year in this crazy but fascinating industry. I don't know the analog of dog years to cannabis years to human years, but quite a lot has changed in the last 7 years. I've spent the last 20 years of my career advising, financing, buying, selling emerging growth companies in new vertical markets. It's one of the reasons we launched Viridian when we did. About, 18 years ago, I similarly launched the first investment banking practice in a new vertical market in 2002. That was in Homeland and Cybersecurity. So about 6 months after the tragic day of 9/11, launched a practice that's similar to Viridian, was advising a lot of the new companies, the emerging companies in a new vertical. So we've done, our team has done about $600 million, $650 million of transactions, raising capital, debt and equity, principally acting as sell-side advisor to clients that are looking to exit through a M&A transaction. We also produce the Viridian Cannabis Deal Tracker, which is the most robust database in the world that covers all of the capital markets transactions around the industry. Capital raises, debt, equity, public, private, all sectors of the country and world, and similarly all the transactions around M&A. So happy to be part of the panel and look forward to hearing from the companies.
Thank you, Scott. As we transition to our last, but certainly not least, investor judge, Timothy Lizotte comes to us as CEO of Green Life Capital.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Fun fact about myself. I'm a Marine, U.S. Marine veteran, and I actually just got a puppy, which is the Marine Corps mascot dog, an English Bulldog. So the fun fact, my investment background comes from investment fund management in real estate investment trusts, where I had 8 separate accounts, where just under $1 billion in assets under management. We also had a commingled fund, which was about $2 billion in assets under management. And that became today is now collectively over $9 billion. I left that field and went into hospitality and had an exit, building a company from the ground floor to exit. And my first cannabis experience, joined a vertical in Las Vegas, Nevada area. And took that and led the organizational turnaround of the company and led that to a $70 million exit. Now with Green Life Capital, we have a business development company fund structure in the testing the waters phase. We're also a private advisor to ultra high net worth individuals and family offices. We've been recently allocated $500 million to loan. We did work on with our team. We did $120 million last year in commercial real estate and $43 million in working capital loans. We're also raising our next fund. It should be starting this December. And most recently, last Friday, we hosted a similar event like this with our Linked Ventures, which helps take companies from zero to IPO. We had an event like this with 12 companies presenting and over 100 active investors that attended. And some of those companies are already in the process of having some active discussions with some of the investors over this weekend. We're pretty busy with making those connections, but that's it. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the companies today. Thank you, Brad, for allowing us to be here, and looking forward to. This is just an excellent panel of judges here too. I'm humbled to be amongst you guys.
Excellent, Timothy, and thank you for your service. We now move to the presenting companies. As a reminder, each presenting companies will have 12 minutes. Round about the 5-minute mark, I'll indicate that you have 1 minute left for your 6-minute presentation, and then we'll move to 6 minutes of questions from the judges. Our first presenting company is Alan Witters. Alan is the CEO of Gravitas Infinitum. Alan, take her away.
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be here. For the investors out there, there's one more thing that's a little more exciting than doing a startup. That's doing a startup in a startup industry. We're talking about exponential risk, exponential rewards, and it really requires exponential planning. Gravitas Infinitum is an impact holding company, so we're focused on ESG and SDG principles. And we have 2 active projects right now, Gravitas Cannabis, which is the hemp biomaterials, which we're talking about today. And we just launched T4L, a Transportation for Life, a Tesla auto subscription service. Keep your arms and legs in the ride at all time. We're going to talk about Plant 1. This is a focus project in the hemp biomaterials area. This has multiple raises going on. Phase 1, we're raising $12.5 million direct. This builds basically phase 1 of Plant 1. And I'll go into what Plant 1 is in a second. We also have already started on phase 2 with Castle Placement on a $75 million round that actually modularly builds out our biomaterials plants. And then we've been working with Morgan Stanley, who's been vetting all of our numbers, to actually roll these out into a multi-campus model. So what do? We do waste plastics to biomaterials. And you're going, wow, that's pretty cool. So the process is really simple. We take waste plastics, we do thermomechanical conversions of it. We assemble what comes out of the waste plastics in that conversion process into light, water, minerals, and captured CO2. And again, we're taking stuff that looks like this, really ugly things, And we then run it through what we call as the hemp biomachine. And we do this in what we call as a high density biofactory. And it comes out with all of these chemicals and materials. And we work at the nano level, the molecular level. We saw this industry and we analyzed and we said, you know, the whole industry pretty much is starting out in 1938. They're still talking decortication, they're talking oils, things that you can just take right off the top. And it didn't really exploit the complete value of the hemp plant. And so when you look at our process, we actually go after about 1,000 different marketable biomaterials. The way we're structured is we have 3 areas and 8 zones. We take plastics waste in, we generate energy, CO2, and again, everything is focused on impact. In our our biofactory area, we have cloning, a growth area, and a finishing area. Our cloning, we have 3 types of cloning we do that will be standing up is typical stick cloning, that's conventional, and that helps us do propagation of species. We also are doing micropropagation that's fully automated, and we're also in advanced stages of somatic embryogenesis, which is basically synthetic seeds. And that helps basically guarantee that you've got great bioproducts coming out. Our high-density biofactories are fully automated hydroponic growing systems that can take a small plant that's 3 or 4 inches tall and in 30 days grow it to a 10-pound plant. And this is not about making the prettiest Christmas trees or getting the best oils out. It's about producing the most amount of biomass across the whole plant as possible. Proprietary processing capabilities that are organic, that do not use any solvents, do not use any temperature changes, and thus we produce and literally can produce about 600 different molecules, 400 different combinations, and all 113 cannabinoids. So it's also about creating jobs. Everybody knows the job problem, and these are our impact zones. 42% of every pound that we grow in these systems is a carbon capture credit. We also remediate a lot of water. So the biomaterials, you saw this earlier, we're focused on the building blocks and secondary chemicals. This is what we refine. And then downstream from us, companies would take those and turn them into bioplastics, biopapers, biofood products, all those types of things. The materials that we will be marketing next year after we build plant 1 basically are right here. And the right section is all the oils that are available out there. And this is going to be of high interest to everybody in the CBD market because, again, we expose 113 different cannabinoids. Our processing doesn't require any drying. We actually take the whole plant, the roots, the stalks, the flowers, we homogenize it, and we basically take it down to the molecular level right away. And from a processor perspective, we can go anywhere from 20 tons a day to 400 tons pretty easily. The plant 1 design is, if you walked into an Amazon facility and looked at the automation, it's really similar. We went to all the best and brightest warehouse automation guys and said, we want to do hydroponics in an automated fashion. We want to do cloning in an automated fashion. We want to do this also, it's basically a lights out operation. A lot of my team comes from lights out data centers, so we're used to this kind of environment. And this is what we have designed. Phase 1.
Alan, this is Jim Fitzpatrick.
Yep.
I just want to let you know your microphone is a little bit garbled.
Okay.
So if you had it, that actually sounded a lot better.
All right, I won't talk as loud then.
Perfect. And you are at the end of your 6 minutes. If you could just wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll wrap it up right now. This will actually produce 1.6 million pounds of biomass per month. The way to participate as an investor is either through the holding company level or through our project subsidiary level. Our financials just on the phase 1, we try to drive 90% gross margins and 70–80% net margins. In the business strategy, this is an area that everybody wants to know, show me the money. And you know, this is where we've been working with off-takers. Every one of our off-takers we've worked with require more than the whole industry can actually produce, a single one of them. And so we focused on the industrial scale of this.
Excellent. Alan, you're at 7 minutes. I want to leave some time for the judges.
Okay.
Judges, any questions for Alan?
Alan, nice presentation. Thank you. It certainly seems like you're addressing some of those issues I brought up earlier. Go back to that slide where there's area 1 and you're taking the plastics. And now I'll give you that gallon milk jug. And when you're done with that, that part of the process, there's nothing left of that plastic milk jug. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we take all types of plastic, no matter what. In Florida, there was, yep, go ahead.
100% totally eliminated, until which time you can source that back out to a plastic manufacturer who will then inject their new plastic molds or plastic material into it to reuse it that way. So I guess my question is, if it's waste plastic eliminated, is it 100% biodegradable at that point?
Okay, so what we do is we pyrolyze the plastic, we turn it into oil, we turn that into energy, light, heat, and CO2 that we then feed the hemp plants.
Got it. I didn't pick that up.
Yep. And then the hemp plant, we actually generate nanocellulosic crystals, which then can be turned into all kinds of plastics. And so we actually are supporting a full loop of guilt-free, a full cyclical loop for guilt-free plastics.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Judges, any other questions for Alan?
Well, I would just, again, you didn't have enough time, Alan, so it was hard to get sort of a sense of the operating team that will spin out of Holdco to run it, what their capabilities are. It's a $12.5 million raise. We don't understand really how much money's gone in so far, what the aspirational valuation is. So I think a lot of that is because you didn't have a lot of time, but why don't you maybe take a moment to address those?
Yeah, so there's been around $600,000 in cash put in from our holding company to get it through the engineering phases. There's been about $8.3 million intellectual property injection from another outside company. And we're raising capital right now for Plant 1. Plant 1, $12 million invested will generate around $25 to $27 million of revenue. And that's at a highly discounted wholesale value to the current market.
Yeah, any comments about the team, like go-to-market team that's actually going to take that out?
We have about 10 management involved with this out of the holding company. Several of us have taken companies public. We're highly diversified. We've done, as a team, we've probably done $3 to $5 billion worth of fundraisings and deals, $20-30 billion in contracts.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other judges have a question? We've got about a minute and a half.
Yeah, hi, Alan. This is Chris Cuvillier. Where does the plastic come from that you're using in this process? It seems like there's obviously a huge issue with plastic in the environment, and there's companies like 40 Ocean that are mining the ocean for plastics. So just curious if there's a really good sustainability opportunity here.
Yeah, there is. We've been working with the local recycling waste pickup companies and the cities and state. In Florida, where I'm located, there were 540,000 tons of plastic picked up 2 years ago. They only recycled
Alan, your mic again.
tons. They only recycled 45 tons. And so 91% of waste plastic goes into landfills. They're now going to start being penalized for that. And that's what we will be picking up and converting.
Got it. Thank you.
Excellent. Alan, remember, as a reminder, check the chat room. Someone would like to get in contact with you. Wonderful job. Thank you, Alan. Really appreciate it. Judges, thank you for your questions. We're going to transition to our next presenter. We welcome Barry Perkins, the CEO of Veed, with a V, V-E-E-D. Alan, take her away.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me here. I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Veed. Veed is a tech-enabled PE structure for brands. Underneath there, we have Veed. But within Veed, we're facilitating $300 million of qualifying transactions in 24 months through a media-driven, community-powered market network. If we look at where we go from a goal, an end perspective, and work backward, I find that the most valuable way to actually drive something. We're planning already and working with people in Canada to drive a SPAC or a CPC up there with leveraging qualifying transactions from 300 million of the $1 billion total annual GMV selected across 30 plus profitable companies, including 100 plus high growth brands, AI, fintech, and software as a service in Canada and US, all in the cannabis space. To get there, in 2021, we're going to raise $5 million, which we're going to use to drive the growth of the business and attain $1 billion of total GMV across the brands. Right now, where we are, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, but it's a $2 million raise to launch the actual commerce facilitator function of Veed and drive the cannabis market. And our goal with that is to actually drive $100 million of GMV across the brands that we work with. To date, we have $500,000 in from founders and friends. The current market that's out there for cannabis is inefficient and incomplete. It's a two-sided market, which is basically buyer to seller. And there's no B2B marketplace. It's difficult to find and connect with business partners, and it results in a high cost of doing business. As well, there's no real integration into the social networks, and it limits the capacity of businesses to drive growth. What were the big change of what we are doing is we are a commerce facilitator. If you want to read about a commerce facilitator, check out the link below. Anyway, in this one, we are connecting all different members in the cannabis market space in an n-sided multi-dimensional marketplace where everybody sees everybody, works with everybody, partners with everybody, and connecting that via social networks and leveraging the networking effect to drive incremental sales and growth, cultivate trust, and build relationships across customers. Veed itself actually benefits because we drive non-linear cash flows, which are composed of pure profit. One of the key foundations for what we're doing is that you have to know the customers that you have, and you have to know their path to conversion. And in this particular space, the current space, people have attribution where they click at the last just to close. If you look at the typical affiliate marketing structures, they don't know the journey along the way. And people spend vast sums of money in upfront advertising and marketing costs with very, very slim returns because it's all based upon prepay. And we go beyond that last touch attribution to actually track every step along the buyer's journey. And from there, we can actually pay people along the way for the influence that they provide by leveraging their writing, their social networks, and so forth. And this is the structure of some of the fees, and you can see how we get paid on the bottom. This is all based upon the fact that the buyer's journey, people are leveraging social media to determine, and their social channels and their friends and families to understand, excuse me, what is going on in the market, what they should buy, what's interesting. In here, there's some interesting statistics. As you can see, 92% of the people trust recommendations from individuals about a product, even when they don't know that individual. That's kind of an interesting number, a little bit surprising perhaps. Well, after discovering a product through social media recommendations, 55% of people buy that product online. That's the choice pattern. Okay, that's the choice pattern that's going on out there. So the goal is to turn customers into co-sellers. You want people who know and use and love the product to write about, talk about, post about, and share information about the product. And to do that, we actually pay them along the way as co-sellers. To expand that, we work with media companies to drive access to vast numbers of audiences so brands get more visibility and driving new customers, new co-sellers, and an efficient way to drive incremental sales growth through additional advertising. These are the companies that we are launching with currently right now. We have others in line as well. This, as you can see, is a very
Thank you, Barry. Could you wrap it up?
Yep. Okay. So we're targeting at this point, it'll be $100 million of facilitated revenue, which delivers 100 or 11 million of net revenue. This is the team that we have through here. We have a lot of expertise, and currently what we're looking for is to raise $2 million right now, which is going to be to take us through our launch and actually drive the onboarding of 100 plus brands, media companies, retailers, et cetera, and work with $100 million of GMV across the brands.
Excellent, Barry. Thank you very much. Eric Spitz is one of our judges. Eric, did you have a question? And you're likely on mute.
I do have a question. Thank you, Jim. I wonder, could you help us understand, I'm in the cannabis distribution business, so a lot of those charts make a lot of sense to me, but I'm trying to understand who you are cutting out of the business or what role you play in a current business. Are you looking to disintermediate the distributor or the ultimate consumer? And how do you turn an ultimate consumer into a seller, if I'm understanding it correctly?
Okay, so thanks. Good question, Eric. Thank you very much. So first of all, we're not trying to disintermediate anybody. We're connecting with the distributors, the manufacturers, the brands, the licensed retailers, and the cultivators, not to actually move the product around. We facilitate the commerce. We connect the money from one to another and allow a very efficient buying mechanism for each of them. More importantly, though, we tie them to the vast number of people in the market that want to buy the product, and we leverage the e-commerce systems and the distribution or the dispensaries for them to buy it by driving awareness to particular brands and products. People can click and have a quick, easy path to buying what they like.
Okay, so I feel like I heard that the first time around, but I'm still a little fuzzy. Could you walk us through a transaction?
Yeah.
Okay, so if here, let me go through this one. It's I got to put this. If you look in here in the top right-hand corner, I've got to get this out of the way. There we go. When somebody wants to post about a product, right? They post some information on any of the social networks that are out there. It could be a review or it could be on a blog or whatever. And in there, somebody will read about a product. They decide that they like the product. Is use, for example, Cheech's Stash. Somebody writes about it and they see that link and they say, I'm really interested in that product. They go, they click on that product. It takes them to our marketplace. Then they look at what the details are of the product. They find out that maybe it's on an e-com, maybe it's delivered by iHeart Chain. They click it, they buy, it gets delivered through the dispensary of their choice, wherever they're at legally. They get the product, they decide they love the product, they write about it, decide they want to become a co-seller. In there, when they buy, there's an opportunity for them to say, hey, do you want to be a co-seller? Because if you write about and talk about the product and somebody clicks and gets and actually buys, you get paid along the way. And then our customers become co-sellers in a virtuous circle.
Excellent, thank you. We have 2 minutes if any judge has a final question.
I do. Sounds like
John.
you're trying to harness network effects and second order effects. And the way I
Correct.
look at it is it's an interactive ecosystem. So my question to you is, what will initiate the virtuous effects. How will you get something like that done? Like, for example, I'm a cone seller. What's my real incentive? I write some material praising the product, and from there, how am I compensated?
So when somebody sees your product, let's say you write an article and you post it on High Times, right? It doesn't even have to be an ad. It's an article talking about something else and you mention a product in there. Somebody clicks on that link, says, hey, this product looks interesting. Or they click to your article, which actually attracted them to the first place. We store that attribution, that link that's embedded in there that says, hey, he actually influenced the use for the interest in this product. At that point, when somebody goes along and they might want to buy it right then, but most people don't buy on the first opportunity. But eventually when somebody buys, if you were the intro, you'll get the intro fee because we recorded when you actually introduced that person to that product, where, when, how, and why, right? The next part is that you might actually, if in your article, have the link to the product, somebody clicks on it and says, hey, I want to buy it. We record that right at that time, and you get paid at that point for influencing the actual close of the product. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. There's a lot more I could ask you, but that's certainly a good start.
Oh, yeah.
I'm presuming you're using an underlying blockchain technology to store the data.
We have a very significant underlying technology. It's a little difficult in the short term to describe it. It's called Awake, or shop type by Awake Market. It's part of the Awake structure that I'm involved in. I would love to get on the phone with anybody and we can walk through all of the details underneath this. Okay. And we can actually demo it because all of this is up and running right now.
Okay. Excellent, Barry. You might want to go and visit the chat and introduce your contact information. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving over to Charles Wu, who is the CEO of Pheno.ag. Charles Wu, the stage is yours.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you 5 by 5.
Wonderful. Well, hey, thanks for the introduction. I'm really excited to be here. But first, I would like to ask the audience a question. And the question I'm going to ask is, have you ever wondered why, farmers out there are paying up to $1 per seed for high quality hemp genetics? Seems crazy. Now, would you really be interested in technology that can produce these same seeds for under 20 cents each? And that's literally what we've come up with. Pheno.ag is an offering that we call genetics as a service, or giving you gas. And what genetics as a service is it's a pay-as-you-grow service that produces feminized hemp, either CBD or CBG seeds, starting at around 20 cents a seed. And where did this come about? Well, it came about because we've been in the industry for quite some time. We're an education and engineering company. We've provided a lot of education out there for cannabis growing, and we've designed all sorts of engineering systems. And what we found is there's a massive gap between, okay, now I've learned how to grow, I've learned how to grow commercial cultivation, and now I want to go produce my flower, and I need $5 million or $10 million to even get started on that front. So what GAS is, or genetics as a service, that is an interim step for a new CBD brand, a new hemp company to get into the market without having to invest lots and lots of money into infrastructure. Similar to how Amazon Web Services or the data center business lets you get into the computer business without having to build your own data center. Now, a little bit about us, our team. My name's Charles. I'm a 20-year technology entrepreneur. I've had 2 Inc. 5000 companies. Just cut my teeth in the wireless telecommunications space, building towers and working with the REITs. And then I got into the co-location and data center space. Our COO, Matt Potteray, he's a 30-year veteran of the technology and telecommunications field. He used to run 13 states for CenturyLink. And then we have our lead grower, who's Matt Wakowiak, who has over 20 years of cannabis cultivation experience. And what's nice about us is we actually have traction. So last year, through the training and consulting business, in terms of how we came up with this concept, we did about close to $1 million in revenue. And you can see on our tax return, we did about almost $400,000 in taxable income. In 2020, we launched this gas initiative, and we're at about $90,000 right now year to date on our pilot. So let's talk a little bit more about, what gas is and what can it get you. So everyone, says, oh, I can grow one plant, but truly growing consistent plants at scale is really difficult. And what we do is we offer it essentially as a service on a per light basis. So if you want to produce seeds, it's basically $700 a month per light. We also include mother, clone, star, tissue culture, and or veg space. And based on a 60-day flower pollination cycle, we're able to put out about 7,000 seeds per 60-day harvest. So it comes out to about 20 cents a seed. Our operating expenditures, we're running at around $250 a month to support that. Most recently, we've had people approach us, and we've got customers signed up to produce high quality indoor CBD flower. So on the flower pricing, because there's less infrastructure involved, specifically we don't have to worry about pollination and all that comes into consideration, we charge less. So flower pricing is $500 a month per flower. We're averaging about £1.50 of trimmed flower, which comes out to about $670 a pound for flower, and our cost comes out to about $200 a month on an operational perspective. Breaking down, when we do the seed side of things, we always include field testing. So we have a 40-acre farm in Illinois, where whenever we produce seeds for people, we plant them to make sure that they're happy with the seeds that they get, and we can help them with their SOPs and their planting guidelines and everything on that. Moving on, what have we gotten so far, and what have we done with our 90K? Starting last year, we built out a little pilot site. So it's around 2,000 square feet. We allocated originally a lot of the space for seed, but then as we learned more, we allocated space for flowers. So in that 2,000 square feet, we've got about 600 to 700 square feet of light canopy covering that space.
Charles, 5-minute mark, 60 seconds left.
Okay, I'll be quick. Our CapEx is about $400. Our flower space CapEx is $250. We're 100% leased right now. Here are unit economics. We kind of talked about that. I'm just going to go quick. What's our ask? Right now, we have secured a new 18,000 square foot facility for expansion. We're going to allocate around 3,000 square feet initially for flower and 3,000 square feet for seed. And we're looking for about $1 million for internal build out so we can build out our space. Finally, so to summarize, we're looking for about $1 million. What we're offering in addition to that is the founder, myself, will match all investment dollars on a 1 to 3 basis. And finally, we're in an opportunity zone. So for people who understand that or have major capital gains, investing in us lets you defer the capital gains, and you have some nice upside potential or tax-free potential in the future. That's that.
Hey, kudos to you for putting out your tax returns. I'd like to see everyone.
Yeah, very creative.
Yeah, that was very, very good. Hey, do you guarantee my genetics throughout the entire process? How do you avoid against any cross-contaminations?
Well, in terms of the actual seed production chambers, they are sealed. They have HEPA filters, and then we use a variety of air handling technologies that are ozone-based and infrared-based to basically kill things outside. For pollination, we obviously will pollinate inside the area. And ultimately, from the genetics side, assuming we get genetics from the customer, I mean, we also have some genetics, but in many cases, the customer is giving us their genetics to do this. Now, we do have one customer where we did, a genetics lease, so they have to pay a royalty fee to a seed company, so they pay our, think of us, we're like the co-location space, we're the data center, we're the rack, and the remote hands to run it. And now the genetics might be your software application or your IP, so there's an IP fee on top if they don't have genetics. Now, the other thing that's interesting is for with how the Farm Bill works, if you're a farmer producing for yourself, assuming you haven't signed a material transfer agreement that limits you, the seed patents don't cover self-production right now for hemp. So literally a farmer, we've got one person who's basically, they bought some seeds from somewhere, they grew some plants, and then we're taking some cuttings and starting a cycle for them based on what they bought. And that basically, if he grows for himself, it's fine. He can't resale those sorts of seeds.
Thank you.
Hey, very nice. I have a question. One of my clients or portfolio companies is actually one of the largest producers of genetics in the hemp seed business throughout the U.S. And so I was kind of curious, where I don't know if I caught this. Where were you located, and how were you going to use the money?
So we're in Chicago, a suburb of Chicago. We are going to use the money for internal build out of the building. So we've acquired the building, and effectively with COVID and stuff, with the training business is what it is, I can't access loan monies for the inside. So that's what we're doing on that side from that perspective. And we would be interested in talking to your portfolio company, because basically we have some people that have genetics, but we have a lot of people that don't have genetics. And they say, oh, do you have a genetics partner that can provide for that?
Yeah, I'd love to be able to connect you. One of the things I was curious about also is just as far as your customer acquisition, what's your go-to-market strategy for your customer acquisition in finding customers who want to be in this shared or rack space type of, I think it's a really cool concept. I like that too. But I wanted to know, how are you going about, what type of customer are you trying to target, and how do you plan on doing that?
So we have a training business, and our training business basically teaches you how to cultivate indoors, whether it's hemp CBD or other sorts of indoor flower. And before we were doing that, what happens is, it's similar to Cisco, right? You go to Cisco school, and now you graduate from Cisco or Microsoft, and then you go buy Cisco products. So we were doing the training, and then a lot of our business traditionally has come from then doing engineering or referring them over to product manufacturers that say, okay, now you've learned what it takes to grow indoors, and these are the lights you need, blah, 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 blah. And effectively, this was just a big gap we were running into, and more so on the CBD side than the THC side, just because we operate in what's called limited license states, right? So if you got a license and you're one of 50, you can raise money. But for the CBD guy that learns and now they want to grow indoors, they're like, well, I don't have $500,000 or $1 million to kind of just get the thing up and running. And you can put the money in, but you still have to learn how to grow and run things properly. So we've got a pretty good training business. We're in the process of relaunching that. That's historically brought us, plenty of customers. We also have some fairly solid partnerships on the training side. One of our biggest partnerships right now is a platform called Tillable. Think of them like the Airbnb of farmland. And it was like former Monsanto Climate Corp guys, and they've got about, for the Midwest, 12,000 farmers and a little over 500,000 acres on their thing. So, we've been doing some hemp stuff with them too.
Hey,
Very cool.
Hey, Charles, thank you for being well explained. And the value proposition is clear. I was wondering if you just maybe spend a minute, I'm not sure how much time we have, giving me a little bit better sense of how you're able to achieve 20 cents instead of $1. And if that process is patented.
30 seconds, Charles, if you could.
Yeah, I mean, from 20 cents versus $1, keep in mind, $1 is a sell price. So usually today what's going on is most companies out there are vertically integrated seed companies, where the average cost of seed production is somewhere on the low end from 15 to about 35 cents. And then they sell on the market anywhere from 50 cents to $1. So what we're doing in terms of the process, what we've done differently is we are offering it on a co-location model. And then we have a cool concept called remote hands. And I'll just show you this screen share real quick. Let me just share my screen here, where we have actually outfitted our technicians with head cams. So, here's a picture of one of our guys, looking at stuff. You can see there's a little camera Can you guys see my screen okay, or can you see the picture?
I can. If you could finish up, Charles, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, you can see the camera, and then they literally get to, like, imagine looking through a Zoom meeting, but someone's kind of working on your plants, and they offer that remote hands. So.
Outstanding, Charles. Well done, greatly appreciated. And I would encourage you to check the chat room. There is somebody there that says they would like to cut you a check.
Oh, even better.
Yeah,
Thank you.
even better.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Okay. Next up, Coleman Beal is the CEO of Basscor. Basscor is a company I am familiar with, and I'm fascinated to hear the story. Coleman Beal, take it away.
Great. Thank you, and excited to be here. My name is Coleman Beal, and I am the CEO of Basscor. We are an industrial hemp processing company. We were established in 2014, and today we are one of, if not the longest, continuously operating industrial hemp fiber processing company in the United States. And so our mission is to process hemp for quality products, a better world, and a sustainable planet. And we do that by focusing solely on the stalks of the plant, and the two products that we produce are fiber and wood. And our vision is to be the leader of hemp innovation for a bio-based future, and we plan to be the leader both domestically and globally. So the number one challenge right now facing the industrial hemp space as it relates to fiber and herd processing is just simply a lack of demand for processors. It is the number one pain point. It is the choke point of the industry, and our technology, our business model, and partnerships are our solution to the problem. And so we see exponential growth in this industry. You can see a chart here over the last 4 years of the growth in acreage and industrial hemp in the United States, and that is overwhelmingly CBD related. So with the interest shifting towards fiber, which we're seeing more and more every day, we think that this is only going to expand.
Hey, Coleman, we can't see your presentation, so if you might want to screen share.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. Looking good though, man. Looking good.
Teamwork here. Teamwork. Loving it.
All right. Can you see? Let's see. All right. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. Do you want me to start over or just keep going?
I would keep going.
Okay. So this is our technology. Our technology is the solution to the problem. We have 2 patents pending. All of our processes is designed and built in-house. And then what really makes us unique is that we are able to have high quality material and produce it very efficiently. And so all of our products are grown here in the United States domestically, processed here domestically, and our customers are domestic as well. So it really insulates us from any type of international disruptions. So our materials, the fiber and the wood, are really, we think of them as really inputs or ingredients to a whole host of products. There's 20,000 plus different products that can be made out of industrial hemp. Here's a list of just a few, ranging from diapers, apparel, fiberglass, insulation, and so forth. So we get asked all the time, well why hemp? What makes hemp so great? So really, I mean, we work with it every day. It's a super strong fiber. It's mold resistant, antimicrobial, renewable, sustainable, and it's got a high moisture regain, meaning it absorbs and dries out very, very easily. So because we've been in the industry now for going on 6 years, we've been fortunate to really build out a robust pipeline of customers, and these range from large multi-billion-dollar corporations all the way down to kind of smaller artisan customer as well. We also have a research and development arm, and the focus there is really on the wood. So effectively, we take the wood, we micronize it down into a powder. You can see the powder there in the second picture on the screen. And then on the far right is, these are actually fibers that we produce in a lab that you can see under a microscope. And so really the longer term vision there is to have a substitute for oil-based products, which tackles an even greater problem in the world. And that's really to start putting products in the markets that are not dependent on petroleum-based products. So we're in the process of finalizing our commercialization effort. We're located in Montgomery, Alabama, in a 61,000 square foot facility that is located in an opportunity zone. And we plan to have our operations commencing next month. So this is our financial model. We believe our model is highly scalable and that we can replicate our systems very, very cost efficiently. This is our team here. I feel really, really fortunate that we have a team with a lot of different types of industry experience. And so it brings a whole lot of different ideas and expertise to the table. And that certainly contributed to our advancement over the years. So currently we're seeking $2.5 million. We plan to use the funds for working capital, supply, CapEx, and hiring of new personnel. So really Bass Corp, we do have a first mover advantage in this marketplace. We have a blue ocean opportunity. We really don't see anybody standing next to us right now. And then, we also think it's important that we're going to have an economic impact on the local communities that we serve. So really in conclusion, we have the supply, we have the technology and the processing, we have the pipeline of customers. And so now what we really need to really energize and grow the business is capital. So with that, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Coleman, well done. Just under the 6-minute mark, which leaves us plenty of time for our judges. Scott Kreiper, I bet you have an intuitive question for this fine gentleman.
How intuitive of you to know that I have a question, Jim. It's outstanding. Coleman, thank you for that. You've been around since 14. You're only raising a couple of $1 million. What's been happening for the last 6-7 years?
I mean, it's really been really an evolution. I think that when we started the company, the primary focus on hemp was CBD related. The fiber market, I would say, has been overlooked. And that interest, really, we started to see a shift, I would say, in the last 12 months or so. I would have expected in December of 18, after the Farm Bill, that it would have accelerated, but really a lot of the attention continued to stay and grow on CBD. So now we're seeing a lot more interest, a lot more acceleration in the marketplace, but it's allowed us to really refine our processes, refine our technology, because the fiber, some of the things that make it so great are some of the things that make it really difficult to work with as well. And so, I mean, really the last 6 years have been just taking the company from inception and just been really being in an R&D mode and just one day at a time, one step at a time, scaling our efforts.
So you've been focused as a processor for the hemp-derived CBD brand marketplace, and
So
you
no,
shift to the industrial side. Is
so
that
we've only processed since inception of the company fiber, or our focus has been on the stalks of the plant. So really handling material in the early days, we were handling more grain specific crops because that's really all we had access to. We began to get access to fiber specific crops about 3 years ago. We actually grew in conjunction with a farm a fiber crop that went pretty well. And so we've taken that knowledge and we've applied it to several other farms that we're currently now working with. So now we're starting to see a really, really good quality fibers coming, being grown and coming to us. And this has been just an iteration over the last several years.
Have you generated any revenues through processing to date?
Today, a little, but not much. I mean, we've under about a year and a half ago, we made a strategic decision to move out of what I would call an R&D facility into the building that we're currently in now. And so we're just now getting to the point where we're putting the finishing touches on that. So I would anticipate us scaling our revenues here over the next 2 to 3 months.
Okay, just one last question. So you're raising two. How much has been invested in the company to date?
To date, we have approximately $2.7 million invested in the company.
And where did that come from?
We have a variety of investors. I think we have, I believe it's 13 investors on the cap table right now.
And how much capital do you have invested in the business?
Personally, just under 200,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any other judges have a question? Coleman, I have a question as we wait for another judge. You're on the bleeding edge of these things in the industrial side of industrial hemp. Where do you see the best market in the future? Is it the RV folks of the world integrating it? Is it the home builders? Is it Patagonia? Where's the growth going to come from?
Kelly, that's a great question. A tough one to answer because we're getting inbound inquiries from a variety of different industries that all represent massive growth potential. So our focus is really from inception been on the apparel and the textile business. And so, you know, that's where, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of demand, a lot of interest there. But certainly when you look at non-wovens, I mean, there is a lot of potential for, I mean, products that, you know, that I listed on the presentation, like diapers and things like that, things of that nature. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity for industrial hemp in the United States to go into a lot of different product types.
Outstanding. Judges, any questions?
Coleman,
you have your hand in the air. There you go.
Yes, please. Thank you. Coleman, are you working with any material scientists? Because I think there's applications that have been really grossly overlooked, and in particular in the nanoparticle sphere and developing filters. And I do believe that there'll be disintermediation on a global basis, so there'll be a need to bring some of this back to the U.S. Have you thought about that? Have you looked at bringing in a couple of experts to help you to assess potential market opportunities?
Sure. No, that's a great question. So yes, our research and development arm, we have 2 green chemists on the team. It's part of our we have a joint venture established with the green chemist and an engineer as well, and that's the focus of that joint venture. So we have done a lot of work in that space, and I agree with you. I think we've developed the technology to start really looking at those markets on a lab scale, but I mean, admittedly, it's a little bit further out. But I think that the material applications are very exciting and very, very interesting.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coleman, 30 seconds left. Anything else you would like us to know about you?
Well, again, I mean, I appreciate the opportunity. I think that from Bass Corp's standpoint, we're more well positioned than we ever have been. We're seeing way more inbound interest as it relates to fiber and herd than we ever have been, and I truly believe that, you know, we are at the cutting edge, not only from a technology standpoint, but the timing in the industry. We've watched the industry unfold now over the last 6 years, and it's been a long time coming, but I feel like the timing is finally there. So I think this is the time to go.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us today and a wonderful presentation.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Next up, Davina Kawani, CEO of Element Apothec.
Hi,
Davina?
I give you a mouthful, right?
Feel free to introduce yourself and correct me. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Davina Kawanohi, the CEO of Element Apothec. I'm happy to be here today. I hope that you all are having a great day. I've really enjoyed the presentation so far and feel fortunate to be with such an incredible group of people. So Element Apothec is a new clean and luxurious CBD brand redefining the body care and wellness industry, positioned to be a market leader by meeting the needs of today's conscious consumer. As you can see, my story started a long time ago with a plant. I grew up seeing so many people benefit from cannabis. My dad was a Vietnam veteran and would often tell me that without cannabis, he wouldn't be able to make it through the day. He couldn't sleep. He wouldn't be able to walk outside of his door. And I recall a seminar, I was sitting in school, and they said, if anyone's family parents do drugs, raise your hand. If they smoke marijuana, raise your hand. And I went home and we talked about it extensively. And I always wondered when it was going to change, when people would realize the actual benefits of the plant. So I'm really excited many years later, after exiting through corporate America, to be starting a company in this space. Element Apothec was born in a kitchen, not a lab. When our co-founder, who was my great aunt, suffered from several medical conditions and autoimmune diseases, she created products that could help her. She realized that the toxins and preservatives in many of the products were causing her medical conditions to worse. She created over 40 custom formulations. Today, now with medical oversight, we are bringing those formulations to the market. The problem today is that consumers don't know who or what to trust. CBD holds a lot of promise, but most brands don't live up to it. Personal care products are filled with toxins and harmful ingredients. There's over 1,400 toxic ingredients that are allowed in products in the United States that are banned in Canada and Europe. So you can see we have a problem. There are low quality products flooding the market with little to no transparency. Many products have no medical oversight, and there's often an absence of ingenuity or product variation with so many white labeled products in this space. The solution is Element Apothic. We have created 100% clean and safe products with medical oversight. We have transparency and are committed to sustainability. Our never ever promise means that we will never ever use any toxic or harmful ingredients in any of the products we create. And we are leading the market utilizing not just CBD, but utilizing the benefits of other minor cannabinoids such as CBG and CBN, and we'll continue to add more to our products as there's more research available on these additional cannabinoids. We also have a big commitment to education through our blog, and Dr. Swathi and I, who's our Chief Science Officer, recently started a show on Razzle Cannabis Network that's called The Science Behind the Plant, to really educate consumers about things like their endocannabinoid system and what does homeostasis mean. By educating people, we're able to level up the market and bring it to everyday consumers. We have created a really impressive team that has over 60 years of relevant experience and have an impressive medical advisory board, including, as I mentioned, Dr. Swathi, our Chief Science Officer, who is actually releasing a educational series for pharmacists to introduce cannabis into traditional pharmacology, and serves as an adjunct professor at several universities, and Dr. Marvin Singh, who is the Director of Integrative Medicine at UC Irvine. And how do we stack up against other brands? We feel that we hold a really incredible value proposition against many of the brands in this space. And as you all know, the market opportunity is huge, but what's unique about our products is that not only do we touch the hemp-based and cannabis market, but we also are able to reach the wellness market and the beauty market as well. There are over 240 million new consumers that are coming to the market, and we have an opportunity to have an impact on these consumers. And our financials, although are aggressive, we feel they're very reachable with our plans that we have in place for our omni-channel sales approach and marketing campaigns. To date, we are ready to launch with 5 products. Our online product sales begin next month, and we've already incorporated several wholesale commitments, including Showcase by Cal Ethos. We have a few online marketplaces. Several practitioners as well have signed up to work with us. We have received CertClean certification and Leaping Bunny certifications, so that we're also walking the talk. We're putting our words and our efforts where we communicate with our consumers. We've established key partnerships, including Tag One for transparency, so that consumers can see exactly where their products come from, exactly what part of the world that those ingredients are sourced from.
Davina, we're at 5 minutes, 60 seconds left.
Okay, great, thank you. And our omni-channel sales approach will allow us to be able to reach several consumers. We have an aggressive influencer marketing campaign and additional traditional marketing channels that we'll use. Our customer wants to take care of themselves. They want a brand they can trust. We are currently raising $500,000 through a convertible note. And you may be asking yourself, why invest in Element Apothic? It's trust, plain and simple. Invest now and join us on our journey to set a new standard of clean science. Element Apothic, never ever anything but good. I'm done.
Davina, well done. Are you in Orange County?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Excellent. Judges, who has a fantastic question? I think all the judges have had an opportunity to speak. So if someone has a question here, come on in. In the meantime,
this is Chris over at Cleva. Nice presentation. Really like the branding. And your presentation was really clean and super easy to understand. There's a lot of hemp CBD beauty products coming into market. Do you see, what do you see as your main point of difference in terms of product or brand? Is it really based around trust? Or are there any other things that on top of that you think might give you a competitive advantage in a pretty crowded space?
Yeah, I understand the market is really competitive. I do think trust is something that is going to really be a unique offering for us, and really focused on the transparency and showing all of the ingredients and holding true to exactly the products that we have. But in addition to that, I think the educational component behind it is something that a lot of brands are lacking. And I think that that's something that consumers are really needing, so that we can, bring CBD products to the mainstream consumer.
Got it. And what kind of margins do you see in beauty products like this?
Yeah, I mean, the margins are pretty incredible. Our margins currently, depending if it's wholesaler, in the 50 to 60% range, direct to consumer are in the 70 to 80% range. And that's what's incredible about that, is that we're also utilizing some of these other minor cannabinoids that obviously have a higher cost value, but all of the ingredients that we're using are organic and EcoCert, and many of our products, for example, our lotion or balm, have 15 plus ingredients, and some of those oils are pretty expensive, but we feel the value of those are really important. And even adding all those ingredients, we're still able to keep those margins where they're at.
Awesome. Yeah, that'll go well towards building trust. Thank you.
Thanks.
Davina, those are great margins on the wholesale, 50 to 60. In the space, I think if you're going to price yourself at 70 to 80% direct to consumer, you're going to compete with your wholesalers. So you're going to want to probably want to raise those margins up, your direct to consumer, because you got to give your wholesaler, your distributor, you've got to give them room to make profit too, and you're kind of not allowing them enough room. But I along the same questions, as far as besides trust or education, talk about your traction that you've had with your wholesale commitments. What's the order that they've put in? What's the minimum order requirement? Are they putting in a reorder? Tell us more about that traction so far.
Yeah, so we're just actually launching our products for sale next month. We do have some commitments already though, and I can go in detail about those. Our minimum order is 500 units. We do have some, we're actually in conversations with a GPO medical practitioner network that we're probably finalizing that this week. That's a pretty significant order. I can't go into details about that. And some of the other online marketplaces, some of them are more of the drop ship type arrangement. We do have a subscription box that's going to be ordering 1,000 units. We'll be launching that the end of October with them, and in conversations with another subscription box that's much more significant than that, and then a couple of the retailers around that 500 mark per order to initially start with.
Excellent, thank you. Judges, any questions? We've got 2 minutes left. I have a quick one. What's the one thing that keeps you up late at night, or the one thing that you really have to execute in this crowded field? What would that be?
It's really to bring brand awareness to why and how we're different. That's the thing that keeps me up awake, because we are going into a crowded market, and there's a lot of companies that are saying similar things, that they have organic and clean products and they're the best. But I think when I've looked at those products and I really evaluated what they're offering, I do feel that we have a competitive advantage in terms of the products. We're not just taking a lotion or a balm and adding CBD to it, but we're really looking at every ingredient that can actually add value. And many of these products were created without CBD, and they worked for countless people for many years. And so now we've enhanced those products by what we're doing. And so the biggest thing is, how can we get people to know about us? And that is going to come through marketing, messaging, influencers, continuing with the education, the show that we're doing, to show people who we are and that we're actually someone that is a brand that they can trust, and that's going to create products that really help them.
And the 500,000 that you're raising, could you quickly run us through the use of proceeds?
Yeah, so the 500,000 that we're using, a majority of that is going towards marketing. We've already invested our own money to pay for the products and to bring them to where we're at this point. The additional part that will be continued for research and development, and then to continue to bring on additional consultants and build our team to be able to scale. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do all that with 500,000, but a majority of that is going to be going towards marketing expenses.
Excellent. Well done. I encourage you to check the chat room. It looks like you brought a bunch of raving fans over there that are in full support of what you're doing. Thank you very much. Bye, Davina. Next up, Jeff Allman, CEO at Good4. Jeff, welcome to the party.
Hi, thank you. So let me start this for you. Okay. Everybody can see it?
Yes, we're good, Jeff.
Great. Okay. So this will tell you a great deal about us in 1 minute.
One question everyone wants to know about hemp. We've all heard what hemp can do, but what can hemp do for you? So let's get a little personal. What would you do if your favorite person had metastatic cancer and was given just 6 months to live? My favorite person is my wife, Cindy, and there was no way I was going to let her suffer. Well, our son is a pharmacologist and offered to help me put together a team of doctors to relieve her pain while not interfering with her cancer treatment. Our team developed 2 breakthrough pain-killing products, which helped to relieve pain in just seconds. Friends heard the good news and asked for something for their pain. So we gave away samples and confirmed it was good for everyone, which is why we started a company and named it Good4. Hi, I'm Cindy Ullman, and years later, I'm very alive. I used to have horrendous pain, and now I can live with it. Hi, I'm Jeff Ullman. We created our products to be good for our family, and now we know they'll be good for your family too.
Okay, so that's an important thing about how we operate. But now let me show you what's really important. Oops, that's not the right one. Here we go. Oops. Don't mean to be eating into my own time, but we'll see. You all can see that? Okay.
I don't think so, Jeff,
Boy.
unless it's coming up.
Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Oh boy, that's
So let's get a little.
multiple. All right. You can see this on the screen?
Not yet, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I probably could use some help then. Wait a minute, here we go.
We're good.
Yep, I see that here. Okay, this is our team. We've grown quickly, and here are the brains of our bunch. Not shown here is our board of advisors that's comparable to a Fortune 100 companies. We own the best brand name in the entire consumer goods category, at least that's in our opinion, to produce pain products which give such effective and inexpensive and instant relief that the company gives customers a double your money back guarantee if it's not good for you. We thrive in an industry that's very cluttered. Good or bad, pain is a very good business to be in. You know, no pain, no gain. What else can be said other than if there's a better brand name in the entire consumer industry, not just hemp or CBD, I'll guarantee you'll never forget our name. Everybody uses Good4 in language every day. Our competitive advantages are very good for Good4 and all of our investors. and you can read them for yourself. You'll all get a copy of this so you can take your time and go through it and be as critical, skeptical, analytical as you'd like. Trademarks, we have multiple trademarks in the United States and quite a few other countries, so we're covered there. Here are some of the products that we're selling right now. We're essentially a pain company, and when you have pain, you need to attack it both topically, externally, and internally through oil. All of our oils are USDA certified organic, and we think it costs us more, but believe it or not, we charge less for our products. Here are other products that are coming out in the first quarter of next year. The formulations have been done. Everything else is really done, ready to produce them. And as you can see for yourself, there's many products good for stress, good for sleep, even good for sex. My point is we can place almost any consumer product or service with good for before it, and customers will know exactly what's good for them. It cuts through competitive clutter. Our business model, we're right now 100% direct to consumer. Customers buy directly from our website, goodfor.us. But soon you'll see us everywhere. Marketing channels.
Left.
Pardon?
60 seconds.
Okay. You can see that. Here's very important, revenue sources. You can see that family and friends and word of mouth accounts for over 40%, reorders 32%. So you can see that we've only spent $3,500 or less than $3,000 in advertising. So wait until we start advertising. This is, I guess, the money shot where you want to see. And again, I'll make this available to everybody. Term sheet, convertible promissory notes, minimum $50,000 investment. We're raising $750,000. Use of funds, here it is. And scaling beyond hemp. We're much more than just CBD. We believe good for is the diamond in the weeds, good for investors. And shelf attraction matters. This is just one SKU. We have many more available right now. Our design and our name breaks through the clutter. Thank you very much. And now I'm open for all questions.
Excellent, Jeff. Well done. I'm not sure if any other judges had the benefit of receiving a sample from Jeff, but judges, what questions might you have for Jeff?
Hey, Jeff, this is Chris Couvelier. Interesting brand name. I think it does a nice job communicating what the product's good for, which in a category like hemp CBD is not always clear on packaging. Also like the idea of attacking it topically and internally. I've never really heard that before. I guess a couple questions for you. One is, what are the margins? And two would be, what is your go-to-market strategy?
Well, we're in the market already. We're online. We're not in any stores. We're going to concentrate on online sales, direct to consumer and through wholesale. We also have a very, very active ambassador or influencer program, which we pay nothing up front. We only pay a commission afterwards so that we can expand. All of our systems are in place right now. Our profit is embarrassingly high. Even though we charge, and you can check, much less retail, direct to consumer than any company I know of. And we provide USDA certified. So what you swallow is what I give to my wife who's got a death disease. So we don't screw around. We treat your family and you like we treat us and our family. So it's over 85%. It would be, again, higher than that if we charged the going rate that everybody's out there. So we're looking for market share, not more dollars per product.
Got it. So you're saying you have over 85% gross margins on the product?
Yes.
Wow. I wouldn't be embarrassed about that when you're talking to investors.
Yeah.
I don't like to brag. Keep it pretty straight and simple. Although I do love my wife and my family, and I'll brag all day about them.
It's a top performer in that product line. You have more than a handful of different topicals out there, going all the way to massage oil, the sex lube, or whatever it is in sunscreen. Was that the original concept, to come out with a full product line, or did that grow based on ambassador feedback, or how did you get to that point?
I hate to see my wife suffer from her death due date, meaning her prognosis, was between Halloween and Thanksgiving 2016. The powerful toxic chemo drug that she was taking caused her all kinds of inflammation and pain. So I asked her what she wanted us to do. She said, kill the fucking cancer. Well, we couldn't do that. So we make no claims about cancer. We make specific claims about pain. So we created that, and that's what we have. And this is our 4th iteration. Good for pain in 2 different SKUs. One is you can't even see it. Okay. One is a airless pump, again, contaminant free. That's why we spent the extra money on the container. And the other is the same gel in a box. So you can, if you're a runner, or you go to the gym, or you're a golfer, or tennis, you can just put this in your shoe, whatnot. And this would cover I'm 6'2". It would cover both sides of my leg, one leg, all around, to give you a sense. So it keeps disappearing on the green screen. So it's there. We have many other topicals, but we're essentially a pain-killing company. No pain, no gain.
Thank you.
So, Jeff, building on Chris's question about margin. So how do you have an 85% gross margin? Are you selling higher? Are you sourcing cheaper? Are you buying volume? How are you achieving, let's say, an out-of-market margin on the core product?
It is out of market, isn't it? Well, first of all, as the people saw on the texting back and forth with panelists and presenters, we pay only $400 per kilogram, per kilo, and that's 68 point something percent CBD, 74.2%, I think, total cannabinoids, and that is for full spectrum. Our oils, meaning what you take in a tincture, those are USDA organic. There is no research that's credible. In fact, we don't see any research, and we scour, that shows whether USDA certified organic is any more or less effective, but it is 5 times more money. So we buy inexpensive. Our vendors are very close. We control our supply chain. We can grow as fast as we want. We have an extra $100,000 that my wife has permitted, I guess. I have to be her love slave even longer. If we're between, sometimes a big order can put you out of business.
Yeah.
So we're not going to go to the big CVS's, Walgreens,
Sure.
et cetera. We're going to grow this way, fast. We believe will be very attractive for an exit plan, because you could put good for in front of almost anything, including accounting services, including traveling, and anything you want, good for. And we own trademarks all over the place. We spend a lot of money on that.
And for your convertible note, is there a conversion cap?
15 seconds, please.
Yeah. Yes, there is, and I'll send you any information you want. It's a $50,000 minimum buy-in, or we're raising $750,000, and it's 36-month period. If we have another investment of 1 million or more, then it's an automatic push, an automatic conversion to equity.
And just lastly, does Cindy have a hook shot? I saw she's got a
wiggle your tushy.
Does she have a
You
hook?
got to wiggle your tushy shot. It's very distracting.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another fine presentation. It looks like, Jeff, if you check the chat room, you brought another fan club. Well done.
Thank
We
you.
move on to our second to last presenter. Justin Monger is CEO of Locked Brands. Justin, welcome to the pitch. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jim. I will tell you, I dry ran this, and it came out at 6 minutes and 15 seconds. So
Go for it.
I'm going to do my best to keep it right there. Okay, let me fire this up. Hi, I'm Justin Monger. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Locked Brands. We're the developers of the Stash Can. We take smart technology integrated with modern design to produce cutting-edge personal lockbox systems. And right now we have a regulation crowd fund running on WeFunder, as well as a sidecar Reg D for accredited investors. Now, there's an old adage that I heard in college, and I hear it even today. It's your stash, and you want to keep it that way. And that's why we developed the world's most advanced personal lockbox system for cannabis and pharmaceuticals. And when I say pharmaceuticals, I mean also cannabis-derived pharmaceuticals, not just cannabis products, okay? So what I want to do now is jump right into a quick video to give you an idea of what the stash can is.
Let's face it, smoking weed has changed. Like, no one even calls it weed anymore. It's cannabis. And now it's being legalized throughout the US and all over the world. It's time to declare weed all grown up. Shouldn't the way you store your weed, cannabis, grow up too? Introducing Stash Can. You can unlock your Stash Can in one of two ways. First, it will only open up with your voice and your voice only. The second method to open the Stash Can is with the free iOS Android app. Whether standing right next to it or opening the Stash Can while you're on vacation on the other side of the world, you can share access with a friend through the app. Here are some fun facts about the Stash Can. It stands at 4 inches by 6 inches and is powered by a standard 5-volt micro USB charger. It has a built-in battery with a life of up to 6 hours, an RGB light ring that lets you control the color and pattern, and can remember up to 5 networks. Voice activated, app controlled, 100% 420 friendly. 100% cannabis friendly. Stash Can, the smart way to stash your stash.
All right, so what we've done here is taken a single technology and used it to tackle two seemingly disparate problems. The first problem, of course, is just keeping your stash secure. That's the Stash Can. It's app controlled, it's voice activated, it's smell proof, it's airtight, it's a personal lockbox. It also features access sharing as well as logging, so you know anytime it's been opened, who opened it, and when they opened it. Now, there's a second problem out there, and that's where our Gen 2 device comes in. Oh, I'm sorry, let me back up a second. We launched the Stash Can this last February, right about 2 weeks before the pandemic. Not exactly what you call the best timing, but in that time, during the pandemic, we now have 60 authorized retail shops online in the US, Canada, and Mexico, brick and mortar stores carrying our Stash Cans. So we're pretty happy with that. As considered, all things considered with the pandemic. Now for our Gen 2 device, we're tackling the problem that's associated with opioids and prescription drug abuse, in particular, the Secure Med Manager. It's in development now and we have a prototype. What we did was we changed the form factor, expanded the same underlying technology that's there in the Stash Can, and did it in a way so you can not only secure your possessions, in this case, pharmaceuticals, but it can also help you manage them. So it's very, very handy for addressing the opioid and prescription drug abuse problem in this country. And let me just play one more video for you, get you an idea about this.
Have you or a loved one been impacted by the opioid and prescription drug abuse problem in this country? Would you like to help save lives by preventing addiction in the first place? The Secure Med Manager from Lock Brands tackles the addiction problem head on. It is a secure portable device that ensures only the patient gets the meds. It guarantees the meds are only available per the doctor's prescription. And it generates a compliance record and stores it in the cloud. It is always connected to the cloud, and if tampered with or broken into, shuts down and notifies the healthcare team. Now, for a lab demonstration of the SMM prototype. The pill pack is being automatically fed into the compartment. When complete and at the appropriate dispensing time per the doctor's prescription, the compartment can be opened when the button is pressed by the patient with the matching fingerprint. At Lock Brands, we're dedicated to saving lives by preventing addiction in the first place.
Okay, so there you have the two fundamental products, the single technology that we're applying to these two problems. So now the important thing is who's behind it to make this happen. We've got a great idea. Who's there to make it happen? Well, my investors and advisors and my board, I want to talk about some of these guys who are so critical to our success. Number one is Dr. Narmi. He's an emergency room doctor. He's an entrepreneur. He's an investor, very early on investor in the company. He's also an opioid addiction expert. Then there's Jeff Mahoney, a self-made man, built his own company as the chief architect and CEO of SaveDaily.com. That is a $300 million a year company now that Jeff has somebody else running while he handles multiple other companies. Then I have Brian Waters also on my board. He's a bank CEO that is brought in when banks have a problem. He comes in, fixes a bank, gets it back on its feet, and goes off to the next bank to fix. Then I've got Brian Greer. He's an investor both in the seed and the angel round. He's a former president of Honeywell Asia. He retired last June and has been really involved in helping us figure out how to get out of China, get our manufacturing out of China. Then we have Brian Esposito. He's the founder and CEO of Intellectual Enterprises, Esposito Intellectual Enterprises, and he is our enterprise-wide—
5-minute warning.
Okay. Then I've got Dave Plissold, who is a lawyer, and he is our FDA compliance. He's at a company in Washington, D.C. that specializes in risk assessment for the FDA. So now the question is, why invest in locked brands? The responsible storage aspect is not going away. That problem is just getting bigger and bigger. The total addressable market just for the stash can is over 20 million. The product's out there in production now. It's on the market. It's got features that nobody else have at a very competitive price point. Between myself and 3 of my most senior guys, we've got 120 years of experience, and we've raised over $1 million to date for the company. Okay, in terms of the business model, the Gen 2 Secure Med Manager has a hardware business model by selling the hardware. It also has a SaaS subscription business model, software as a service, as well as once we get a couple 100,000 subscribers, there's an enormous amount of value to the compliance data that is stored in the cloud about people taking their meds. And then, of course, we've got the IP protection in place for our technology.
Thank you, Justin. Yeah. We'll end on this slide here. Judges, do you have any questions for Justin? Justin, while we're waiting for a question, you want to just quickly walk us through that slide?
Sure, would love to. This is our regulation crowdfunding, a convertible note offering. This is a summary of it that's all out there on the WeFunder site. We're looking to raise the maximum, which is $1,070,000, 8% annual rate, 7% valuation cap, 15% discount, 18-month option with an extension for another 6 months after that. The minimum investment being a regulation crowdfund is relatively low. It's about $250. We also on the side have a Reg D that we can stand up within 24 hours for anybody that comes in as an accredited investor with 25,000 or more.
Excellent. Investor judges?
Very, very interesting, Justin. I particularly started really perking up when you mentioned the opioid addiction solution and just the dispensing of the medicine. It kind of hits me close to home. Not that I'm, my wife worked as a nurse at an opioid addiction clinic where they have 400 patients standing outside every day. And on Fridays, they have to issue their meds for the weekends.
Right.
And this is a great solution for things like that, to where you can be able to monitor how much they're getting. And so I saw that as being really great. There's more than one of those clinics here in Las Vegas. They're just all over the place.
Well,
So
imagine if I could add to that. My guess is within 5 years, if you go to a pharmacist and you get a controlled substance prescription, something like opioids, Ambien, Adderall, it's going to be in a device with this kind of technology in it. This is very low cost, $10 to $15 a month subscription fee. That's where we're headed. This is the dispensing medium of the future.
What are you seeing as, any challenges of having that? Is there any challenges with the FDA or anything like that with having a device like this?
Great question. That's why that lawyer that's an investor and advisor, we vetted our FDA registration process with him. We do not have to have an FDA approval. Thank God, that's complicated. We have a 501k exempt class 1, which is the second simplest thing you can possibly do with the FDA. Not that anything is simple with the FDA, but it's the second simplest thing you can do.
Very cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Justin, from our chat room, we have a question. A couple of folks seem to think that there are other similar products that are available. How do you compete and win against other technologies that may be available?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there are some competitors out there. One of the key things, though, is there's one competitor that's a little bit ahead of us, and they dispense a single pill. It's about the size of a pack of cigarettes, and we've got that featured. You can see it in our investor pack on the WeFunder site. They put out one kind of pill. What we dispense is a thing here called pill packs. This is basically a roll of pills on perforations between each one of them, so you can have multiple controlled substances dispensed from our machine. The bottom line is the 20 million American vets that have chronic pain, the vast majority of them don't take just an opioid as a controlled substance. They're taking Ambien, they're taking antidepressants, they're taking anti-anxiety pills. And the only way you can do that is in a pill pack form, and we're the only one doing pill packs.
And what's it made from? Can it be broken into with a screwdriver? Another question from our chat room.
Great question. That's this guy right here. And you can see, there is no doubt that you could pick it up and take a buzzsaw to it and get it open. The thing about it is it's always connected to the cloud. Okay, and as soon as it's got tamper sensors in it, it shuts down, notifies the cloud, and the most they're going to get is whatever supply of pills is in it. So the way it would work for the VA, for example, for all the vets with chronic pain is every month they go back to the VA or back to their pharmacy. Pharmacy loads up a 30-day supply of opioids in this dispenser for them, and they take it away. 30 days later, they come back and exchange it.
Wonderful. For a company that seems like they've thought of everything, you've got 45 seconds. Is there anything else you'd like this audience to know about you and your opportunity?
Well, yeah, I guess didn't get talk too much about the stash can. We're out there we're on Amazon, we're on our own website, direct to consumer, and we're also on Sharper Image. Sharper Image has just suddenly, they've given us a couple POs here in the last couple of weeks. They are suddenly jumping out of their seats to get the stash can. So that was great news.
Yeah, it is. And it looks like another company has brought a robust group for an active chat. A lot of fans over there. So Congratulations, Justin. Well done. Very much appreciate it. Look forward to seeing what the judges think.
Sure thing. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. All right. Last but very not least, we bring back a veteran here to our pitch contest. Welcome Skip Stone, the CEO of Stash Logics. Skip, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Take her away.
All right. Let me grab my presentation. And first, I'd like to say thanks, Jim, for hosting this. And been a lot of great presentations. And Justin, love what you're doing. We're doing something very similar, but more in a lifestyle brand play. So I'm Skip Stone, founder and CEO of Stash Logics. We make the best stash bags in the world. They are thoughtful, secure, and discreet. Thoughtful because we include features that no one else thought of. Secure because our patented bags have a lock to keep kids safe. And discreet because we seal in the odors with special zippers, gaskets, and liners. And they're specifically designed to not look like a stoner product either. That's because we're targeting the new cannabis consumer. That's the business people, the athletes, baby boomers, soccer moms. That's where we see the real opportunity. And related to the hemp industry, a lot of our products are made with hemp. So a lot of the products you see here are hemp fiber-based products. So anyway, speaking of opportunity, we're raising $1 million at a $5 million valuation. It is a Series A round, equity round. We have 690,000 of this round raised, so we have 310 left to go. So let's dive into what investors want to know about. I'm going to quickly run through the problem, the market, competition, traction, our financial model, the exit, and the team. So first, the problem. Keeping kids safe from edibles has always been a driving force for us. Edibles need to be locked up around kids, end of story. But historically, cannabis storage has focused on padding. Cannabis is much more than glass pipes. Cannabis is dirty and smelly and sticky, but it's also beautiful and fragile and powerful, and it's not for everybody. So Stash Logics was created to address all of these challenges, whether it's road trip to visit the in-laws for the holidays and you want to bring your cannabis, or it's a camping trip with family and friends, or just a night on the town, Stash Logics has you covered. And it turns out you're not alone. There are actually 220 million worldwide cannabis consumers, and a recent Marist poll showed that 50% of them are parents, and these numbers are expected to double in the next 10 years. So we have a niche and a massive market. How are we going to compete? Well, we already have competition. It's dime bags, skunk bags, and riot bags. And however, they're targeting the stoner demographic, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just we see the real opportunity is to skate to where the puck is going, not where it is. So our brand is talking to the parents, empowered women, business professionals, athletes, and people love the outdoors. People like us, we're a Boulder, Colorado company. People relate to our lifestyle brand because it's aspirational and it's authentic. And it's working. We've now sold $3.3 million worth of weed bags, and we don't even include the weed. It's supposed to be a joke, but it's true. We've sold $3.3 million starting in my garage a little over 4 years ago. So we're getting good at this, and it's working. And as a result, we're now cash flow positive. We're running 60% gross margins this year. And we've done this all on just $590,000 of invested capital. We get ROI. And our brand is really starting to grow, to build online. In fact, 3 out of the last 4 months have been our best online sales months to date. And if we can thrive during a pandemic, then there's really not a lot that can stop us. At the rate we're growing, we expect exits to happen sooner rather than later. Seeing that we have an early connection to this new cannabis consumer, we think we're going to be prime target for an acquisition. We're going to be acquired by whoever values brand. And they want to partner with the best. So the team that's going to deliver that exit is myself. I'm an engineer. I founded the company to address my own needs with 2 young kids in the house and Colorado newly legalizing cannabis. I designed a prototype of a locking cannabis bag, an odor-proof bag, and enrolled for the first class of Canopy Boulder, a business accelerator, first of its kind for cannabis-specific businesses. There I met my lead mentor, Steve Norman. Steve is a serial entrepreneur, most notable of which was he co-founded and was the first COO for Einstein Bagels. So he knows how to run complicated businesses and how to scale up. After Canopy
5 minutes, 60 seconds left.
After Canopy ended, Steve joined the team full-time. He was our first investor and was been in the trenches with us every day. Blair has an MBA, and she keeps the trains running on time. And Isaac is our young gun marketing guru who knows how to pull the right levers to build our brand online. So with that, I think we've ticked off all the investor boxes. All our ducks are in a row. We're ready to scale. We have $310,000 left to close the round. With this capital, we're going to be putting it into online marketing, where we see $4 of revenue for every $1 of ad spend. And we're going to be firing up our distribution channel, which has been very successful for us in the past. All of this is going to further our mission of normalizing cannabis, of breaking the stigma. And we're doing that by just helping people organize, store, travel with cannabis so they can avoid the life of judgment that all cannabis consumers have to deal with. So with that, please go to our website, stashlogics.com, check out our innovative line of products, and that'll take any questions from investors.
Skip, well done. Within seconds of your 6 minutes. First question, I'll turn it over to the other investor judges, but this isn't your first time here. Have you raised any money since last time we saw you?
I have a good couple investors that were interested, some of the investor judges, so we're in conversation. The last pitch was probably 3 weeks ago, so as you know, it's kind of hard to finalize things that quickly, but we do have in a couple weeks our lead will be coming in for $400,000, and we're trying to close it with that last $300,000. So some good conversations going. Yeah, I think our valuation is extremely low for what we've accomplished in a short period of time.
Excellent. Thank you for the strong finish. Judges, any questions for Skip?
Skip, you talked about valuation. What did I miss? I thought was it raising a convertible note?
It's a Series A equity round, $5 million valuation.
Okay. Skip, you mentioned one of your exits is to get rolled up by another company that values brand. Any thoughts where that might come from? Are you having discussions with that opportunity?
With exits and other brands?
Yeah.
You know, we see that exits could come from a lot of different channels. It could be a distributor that we have that may be interested in purchasing us. That happens a lot. What we really are kind of striving for more so is to capture an outside lifestyle brand bag brand, apparel brand that wants to get into the cannabis industry. We have all the distribution, industry presence, industry credibility. So that's kind of what we're gearing up to. We haven't had a lot of those conversations because we have a lot more to accomplish yet. We've done everything in just a little over $500,000 of investment. So to date, there's a lot more to accomplish.
Good answer. Judges.
Skip, what was your year to date? You've done 3.3 million in sales thus far. Well, how much of that for this year and how much of that last year?
Yeah, so we had a strong year a couple years ago where we sold 1.2 million. A lot of that was through a distributor in Canada, one of the best distributors up there. So we have a huge presence in Canada. Canada's been a challenge and has slowed way down. So that distributor has not been firing for us for the last 2 years. So we've had to change our model up. So now we're mostly online. So we've switched from being primarily distributor to primarily online. So now we're at about 80% online, 15% to wholesale, and 5% to distributors. So that's kind of our blend right now. And we think so that's a question I have for some of the judges is, what do you feel is more valuable, an online revenue or distribution revenue? I think both accomplish something really important, but our focus, we really like this online play. It's a bit more scalable in our eyes. So and to answer your question, we've sold about 600,000 so far this year.
Yeah, Skip, if you're already profitable and you're seeing $4 in revenue for every $1 in ad spend, that's pretty interesting. What are the margins in the business?
Well, we're 60% this year. To date, throughout inception, I think we're about 55%. So we've held strong margins. This year it's been better because it's been online. However, we have been offering some sales. Through the pandemic, we weren't sure how things were going to go, but we've actually been thriving. So yeah, we've got some products that we hit at 90%. Other products we're hitting it on a retail channel. Others we're hitting more like the 70%, but pretty strong margins.
Yeah, with those kind of margins, if you're seeing $4 for every dollar in ad spend, that seems like a pretty scalable business pretty quickly if you can get to those customers.
Yeah.
I like the model. Nice job.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. Our dilemma here, because it doesn't make sense to raise money with those numbers, but we're right at this break-even point where salaries, inventory, and marketing are all competing for each other for our capital. So more capital will allow us to really scale this. So
I like the online margins, but I also like the brand awareness that can be generated via the in-store. So you've got about 50 seconds left. Is there anything that you wanted to make sure that the audience was aware of? Anything you're proud of? Or why don't you round us out with some great commentary?
We have a lot more to talk about. I've talked mostly about our cannabis angle. We have other things going on right now through other channels, travel, and also opioid stuff as well. So that's interesting. I guess I'd love to reach out and talk to anybody that has interest. I think we've accomplished everything we've done has been in-house, from graphic design to all sorts of custom programming for running our business. A lot of interesting things going on. I'd love to talk about it more.
Excellent, Skip. Very much appreciate you being here. Another job well done.
Thanks, Jim.
Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all of the presenters and judges for helping me air traffic control and keep us on time here. We've come to the point in our investor pitch contest where it's time for the voting. This is the time where the judges will indicate who has curried their favor and give us some feedback and opinion on why they chose those opportunities. And on your screen, you should be able to see for our audience an opportunity to vote for each of the 8 presentations. Who was it? Who captured your fascination? Who do you think is an opportunity to warrant investment dollars in a very capital constricted market? I heard 8 solid pitches today. very interested in the first one, and I really think that they did a nice job in holding my attention throughout, and I hope that you feel the same way. But was there anyone that really stood out? Was there anyone who nailed it in your mind, was able to dimensionalize the opportunity and demonstrate how they would capitalize on it, that their raise made sense to you, that their valuations were in a range that would appeal to you? If so, there's the opportunity for you to vote. And with that, I'd like to go back to the judges. I wanted to let the audience and other judges know that 2 judges did have to leave us here towards the end. They did reach out and communicate who they would be voting for. But I guess let's take it in order that we introduced everybody. Chris with Kaliva, what are your thoughts?
I am literally going back through all my notes, but a couple stand out. So before I click the box, I'm going to talk out loud a little bit.
I think you give it, just so you know, the judges give it verbally. I'll tally it up and give the judges that vote is for the audience.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's what it says down there in red. Panelists can't vote. Got it. Yeah, I thought Gravitas was very interesting. I love the idea of converting plastic. Seems like there's a great environmental angle. I wish there was a little bit more time on that presentation. That was definitely one of my top 3. I thought that Veed was also very interesting. I think at Kaliva, we're looking at a lot of ways to market the products in affiliate programs. So I think that the idea of turning a customer into a seller is interesting and I think very timely. So that would certainly be in one of my top 3. And then I really enjoyed the last 2 presentations. I think the lock brands with the stash can and the data, the ability to collect data around the secure med manager is interesting, although I don't know much about that space, but I thought Justin gave a great presentation. I think in terms of nailing the presentation, if I had to put one up there that I see as an immediate kind of CPG product that has an immediate solution, I think I would use Lock Brands as my number 1 at the top, just based on my understanding of the presentation in a limited time.
Excellent. Wonderful synopsis. All right. Tom Lizotte, do you have a chance to articulate your vote, or was that just an indication?
Yes, I did indicate my vote. My vote went to Lock Brands with Stash Can. I think I was really, there were 4 presentations though that really caught my attention. And early on, Fino did a really good job as far as being very likable. There are people that I feel like I could trust my money with. I just don't think they have a big enough market and scalability of what they want to do right now. It's just going to be a much slower process of growing that type of business. So as an investor, you're obviously looking at, the payout. So that there was, a challenge for me. I liked Veed as well. Turning a customer into a seller. That's something that we need to do, because there's not a lot of brand loyalty that exists today. I think that we still need to grow in the industry for brand loyalty. So I did like that. I didn't understand a few of the things that were going on, so I think that's why I didn't go there. And between the last 2, they were very interesting. I like the traction that Stash Logic has. I really like where you're going and your exit strategy. And I feel like you checked all the boxes that needed to be checked as far as presenting to an investor. You definitely gave us a problem, a solution, the market, the team, the go-to-market strategy, and the traction. You nailed it on that. And I just look at what is that something that could just be easily duplicated? That's where I looked at that. So as far as that, where Stash Can and Lock Brands is right now, I felt like that was, it's harder to duplicate. It's the data. I liked the data collection. I liked it for solving something else besides hemp. So that, I know that was a long-winded answer, but that's how I can articulate.
Good stuff. I bet they all appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much. So Jay or John, did you have an opportunity to come to a conclusion? Want to share your thoughts?
Sure. Let me preface by saying the biggest mistake I ever made investing in the cannabis sector was, or hemp for that matter, was not fully understanding the regulatory risk. I grossly underestimated that. In my prior life, I applied for licenses for cell phones and for internet spectrum and so forth, and thought I had a handle on this stuff. Well, compared to that, this space is a lot more challenging. So I'm kind of stuck on simplicity now. I like Skip's product. I just don't see any regulatory risk around it. Obviously, there's concerns about duplication and so forth, right? But bottom line is you can roll this thing out online and you don't have to worry about somebody from the FDA or God knows where else, some other organization giving you a hard time. So that's where my vote's with him on that one. As for the rest of you, I'm sorry, it's too short of a period of time for me to fully assess the risks, but I definitely see some good entrepreneurs here, and I wish you all well. And I mean that in every spirit of this, every sense of the word, because I've been an entrepreneur and I know what it's like. I've had to raise capital many times, and I know what it's like to be on that side. So I empathize with you. Just persist.
Outstanding feedback. Jay, are you still with us? Thank you.
I am, and I particularly liked pheno ag. I can totally relate to the whole analogy of co-locating. I came out of that background. I think there's a lot of people out there who would view it as niche, yet Tim, to your point, is it scalable? Yeah, I think over the long haul, because I think there will be entrepreneurs who kind of seize upon the idea of co-locating and having someone else kind of do some of the dirty work as an entry point for them. Now, whether that's maybe some applicants who applied for craft grow that didn't get that tap on the shoulder. Maybe it's those educators that are building out programs that want to start growing small scale kind of farms or plots using your technology. So I like it. I think you're answering a question that's maybe not the large question that's out there, but you're filling a small void. And I particularly like Element Apothic. I think, Davina, what you're doing there with the focus on education is going to bring your product across the goal line. The inclusion of the other cannabinoids in the product, I think, are something that you could highlight, focus, and even take to a next level based around CBG and CBN itself. I loved your management team. It contains family, it's diverse. And the simplicity of your presentation and the marketing of the product brand itself, I think was very appealing.
Outstanding. And I do have, unfortunately, Scott Greiper was able to join us, but was not able to stay through the end. He wanted to let the audience know that his pick was Gravitas Cannabis. And his reason was he likes their mission, the amount of capital they've raised, and their deep engineering expertise. Also, Jeff Finkel had to skedaddle before leaving. He cast his vote for Pheno. So in all of our preparing and role-playing, and first, we've shared the vote, shared the results. What a tight race. So in that, it looks like our audience, by a hair, voted Stash Logics as the winner once again here for the pitch contest. Congratulations to Stash Logics. Everyone received the vote. It was very close with Gravitas and Pheno just behind Stash Logics. What's interesting is our investor judges mirror the audience. And in all of our preparation, and hopefully you guys really enjoyed this. I know I did. It went off with very few issues, if any, and we didn't cover what happens if there's a tie. So we have a tie between Pheno and Lock Brands. So unless any of the other moderators or Brad has anything else, I'm about to declare two brands, two presentations to be the winners. Going once, going twice. Congratulations to Pheno. Congratulations to Lock Brands. You are the winner of the Hemp Opportunities Pitch Contest. Congratulations to all. I know that Brad will be following up with you with some wonderful marketing materials so that you can make this day live on. In closing, I wanted to thank the investor judges and the presenting companies, and especially you, the audience, for joining us today. We would like to remind the audience and investor judges that you can watch recordings of today's presentations seen today on the Cannabis Investing Forum website and YouTube. For those that would like to contact the presenters and investor judges, their email is available online. And please, hang on. And please make sure to mark your calendars for our next investor event, the Investor Hot Seat on October 29th, and the Cannabis Investing Forum Las Vegas live event and webinar on December 10th, 11th, and 12th. We are seeking companies that would like to present, investor judges, and media, marketing partners. You will find the information at the cannabisinvestingforum.com and register on Eventbrite. And now I'd like to bring back the Master of Ceremonies, Kerry Jordan.
Thank you so much, Jim. Congratulations, everybody. Those were great presentations. I watched all of you and really excited by the possibility and the opportunities for all of you. I also really want to thank all of our sponsors, all of the speakers, the investor judges, the presenting companies, our marketing partners, and especially thank you to Brad Turner. Brad, you did an excellent job. You always do. And for those that haven't worked behind the scenes, Brad goes nonstop, 24 hours a day, and really puts his heart and soul into putting these events together with the highest quality and with the biggest heart. So thank you for that. We're very excited, as Jim said, for the next couple of events in October and in December. I also want to remind everybody, take a peek back at the Eventbrite link to look at Mandy Lee's products at potency number 710. And Brad is going to put up a link for the Zoom room to do the networking. So please check that out. It'll be in the chat. And we look forward to getting together. The Marketing Completion Fund team, thank you so much. Ron Wells, thanks for keeping everything going behind the scenes. And we look forward to seeing you in a few minutes.